Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Oceania 4Key World Cup 2025. We've got our opening matchup for the quarterfinals weekend, and oh boy, is it a banger. We've got our number 3 seed South Korea versus our number 6 seed Chile in a winner's bracket showdown to see who stays alive for winter semifinals and who will have to spend the rest of the tournament fighting for their lives in the losers brackets. I am one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined here by Sparky. How's it going?
It's going absolutely fantastic, and I don't know about you, Toph. I don't think there could have been a better time for these two to come up against each other than winners quarterfinals. These are two absolute powerhouses of teams assembled here, and the fact that I genuinely don't know who has the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the scores that these two teams were getting in the round of 16, they are so comparable to each other. Chile with a few number ones on the rice pool, a couple, I think one on the LN pool as well. So very strong accuracies on that side. But South Korea, not to fall behind, also has some of the number one scores on the rice pool and sticks well within range of Chile on the hybrids and long notes. I am really excited to see what the pick strategy ends up being because I don't know if there's anything that's particularly safe for either of these sides. But I've so far from how I've seen this tournament go, Chile one of the best long note teams in the tournament. You know, a little bit off script from what they used to be. You know, 2, 3, 4 years ago. being incredibly good at long notes now, and South Korea kind of the opposite, where they used to be the best long note team of all time, and now maybe wants to stick with the rice side. But we are seeing the bans and protects come out. We see an LN1 protect and an LN2 protect, so both teams looking like they might want to stick around the long note side.
Yeah, the interesting wrinkle there is start seeing the bans coming out. Chile opting to get rid of Hybrid 3 and South Korea opting to get rid of Rice 3. So, not surprising there if you're South Korea.
I totally get the Rice 3 ban from South Korea. 100% zero down my mind that that's the right choice to go with. When you see Muchi on the opponent's team staring you down, ready to get a single digit perfects on that map, just get rid of it. We're not worried about it.
Yeah, don't even think about it. And South Korea opting to go for Hybrid 1 here to start things off.
Wow. Okay, interesting. We actually saw this happen last week too, quite a bit, with Hybrid 1 getting a lot of attention, especially on those first picks. It's an interesting middle ground of straightforward patterns, where it's not full long notes like the LN2, and it's not just basic jump stream where accuracy is king, like for something like Rice 2 or Rice 3. So it gives teams who are more LN inclined, more hybrid inclined, more like just all-rounded inclined to go for something that they can still get good accuracy in.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, I guess, when we say that this is the best time for these two to match up against each other, I mean, what better way to do it than with arguably one of the least committal portions of the map pool. We're not gonna see which way these two teams are gonna like want to trend towards just yet. It'll be interesting to see which of the two will opt to go for or up into the rice pool, because usually we see it happen the other way around, where teams will duke it out on the rice and then dive down into the LNs when absolutely necessary. But I feel like these two are ready to just absolutely scrap over each and every one of those LN picks, but we have to wait and see for that.
Yeah, I mean, this might be like a textbook example of the kind of match that, you know, isn't defined by like the rice and LN dichotomy that we see so often. More so is about individual skill sets between these two teams. Like, I imagine Chile is going to be really, really comfortable on like Rice 2, for example, getting that really strong accuracy. But like when it comes to the tech picks, South Korea might be more inclined to go with those. And same thing goes with the other pools. You already saw South Korea protected long note 1 and Chile protected long note 2. Completely, you know, harkening back to that, Chile wants to go for more accuracy focused stuff. South Korea might want to be more on the tech, more on the release side of things. But this hybrid one, a little bit of a wild card in that sense. But Chile did ban hybrid 3, so it makes sense that South Korea might want to stick with the hybrid pool just to start, keep Chile in an area where they're not necessarily comfortable.
Absolutely, and without further ado, let's go ahead and get this match underway. Bushan Not, and I'm Yi for South Korea going against Muchi, Bambi FNF, and Antarex on the other side. Can Chile pick up an early break point here, or will South Korea start things off on the right foot here with their opening pick?
Yeah, opening pattern's nothing too difficult to deal with. It starts with a little bit of a dense jump stream pattern, but it really starts to pick up once the long notes show up. Accuracy staying pretty similar across the board, and no one really having any major issues. Lowest accuracy in the lobby out of that opening burst is 99.84% on the side of South Korea. We see a couple more accuracy drops, but Muchi holding onto the 99.92 might be enough to actually hold onto an accuracy lead for Chile at the moment, but that score lead on the stream there looking a little bit too sporadic to call a specific lead quite yet, especially with just how strong these players are going.
Yeah, it's an absolute tug of war going through the first third of the map. Gonna get a tiny bit of a reprieve here, a chance for everybody to catch their breath and really take stock of the situation. Right now, there are duels going on all over the place. Middle of the screen, I'm Yi and Bambi canceling each other out, Antarex and Nod canceling each other out. Right now, it really is the difference between Bushan and Muchi on the top sides of the lobby. Muchi ahead by about 0.05%, accounting for what, 2,000 points as Nod goes down into the transition, into the last key eye, last quarter of the map, coming through here. The lead balloons to 10,000 points in favor of Chile.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was 2 misses from Nod as well, back to back. That lead only continues to grow. Nod does make it back to 400 combo, and we get into the densest part of the map with this increasing density with the long notes, but no mistakes, looking like they're coming out. Chile just needs to hold on to combo, and they make it through off of a singular set of misses from South Korea, and an early breakpoint comes out for Chile on Hybrid 1.
Oh boy, it felt for the longest time that that could have gone either which way. Miyuchi with the MVP plot is the only one with a V1 double S 134 300s on a map like that is ridiculous. But something we've probably come to expect from them given their performance so far in this tournament. But I mean, Chile with the early breakpoint in the match surely got to give them a tiny bit more confidence going on further into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Big confidence booster to open the matchup against South Korea with a breakpoint. They get their own pick here. They did protect long note too, so I could see them digging into the long note pool, but we've already seen quite a bit happen. I could see LN2, I could see Rice 2 coming out. Those are the two that I'm kind of staring at as potential areas of attack for Chile. And Rice 4 also potentially on the table in the same kind of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of open up the avenues a little bit here, and just given how well-rounded this Chilean roster has really become, it doesn't really feel like there's a portion of the map pool that they could really avoid, and now at the breakpoint, they can maybe even get a little riskier, go for something to maybe try and pinch the options, but gonna opt for Rice 2 here when all is said and done.
Yeah, I imagine already given how Hybrid 1's gone, I imagine this is going to turn into a straightforward picks versus more technical picks. I imagine South Korea is going to start moving into like the Hybrid 2s next, or any of the 3 tech picks that we have in the Rice pool, or maybe even their Protect just to try and get themselves a point on the board. But for now, Chile going to stick with straightforward, going with the fast jump stream pick. 252 BPM and OD 8.5 is going to make sure that these players have to flex their accuracy muscles, and we know that there's quite a few players in this lobby that can absolutely do that flexing.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where it's like pinpoint precision is going to be the name of the game, and 200s could swing it. I mean, a miss absolutely blows this wide open like we saw in Hybrid 1, but this is going to come down to the nitty gritty. It's a relatively short map, just shy of 2.5 minutes, and we're just going to have to wait and see. Some substitutions coming through here. Michael Mejor for Chile, and Poca and Gex coming in for South Korea to see if they can make a difference in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said 200s could swing it. Absolutely the case for a map like this, where this is the kind of map in match where I would almost expect a 6-way double S. These two teams are just absolutely insane when it comes to accuracy like this. And 252 BPM certainly within their range. They just need to make sure they don't make any silly mistakes along the way. Ultimately, just given Chile's ability, I imagine they have a little bit of an advantage, and you can see that accuracy advantage coming out. All 3 players, 99.96 or above. South Korea obviously doing a great job themselves with 99.90 FCs and above, but that accuracy from Chile just out of this world. Mewtwo's still holding on to 100% a quarter of the way through.
Nod finding the break going into the second quarter of the map, going to give Chile a bit more of a cushion to work with now. 7,000 points to the good right now, and that's really what we were alluding to when the map before the map started, where it's like a miss could blow this absolutely wide open. Now gonna be relying on a miss from Chile potentially, and they could probably even tank their way through that if they play their cards right. But I mean, ultimately you want to keep the runs as clean as humanly possible. But I mean, right now it just feels like there are 3 absolute machines on one side of the playfield. I mean, Poca and Gex doing everything in their power to try and keep this lead under control, and doing a pretty good job of it as Nod finally comes up to rejoin him above that 400 combo cap, and with a pretty respectable accuracy as well. Half map still has to go. There's still time for South Korea to maybe start clawing some of this back. We see the lead shrinking, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, Michael finding a break to match Nods, causing that lead to shrink. I do still think the accuracy advantage is on the side of Chile, with Anthrax and Mewtwo both with absolutely insane accuracy so far, but it becomes within range to take that lead if a couple mistakes come out again. We only have a quarter of the map left, and we've only seen 2 misses, 1 on each side, and if that maintains, Chile will be able to take this. Michael makes it up to 400 combo without too much other error. And that lead looks like it's just about 4,000 points as we get into the final few patterns. And everyone looking very strong, but it's not over until it's over. This is close enough that a miss at the end could swing it. But so far, it doesn't look like that's happening. Last few patterns of the map, accuracy is starting to take over and increase that lead for Chile as they're going to be able to consolidate that lead with their first pick of Rice 2 and bring up a 2-0 lead.
19.
Yeah, that's something.
Just
what I mean, okay,
normal things.
Normal things, and also I mentioned that this is the kind of map with these two teams where V1 6-way V1SS certainly possible. We see a 5-way, or actually almost a 5-way, a 4-way technically. No 200s from Michael despite the miss, and Nod finding the miss and 200, the only 200 across the board.
That's ridiculous. And I mean, that's just the level that these players push each other to when it comes to these match situations. Like, this is the bar. Like, normally in a, dare I say, quote unquote, normal match, I always like to say is like, oh, 99.7 is usually the bar you want to aim for, get that 990k score. Nah, these guys are shooting for close to 1 mil on some of these maps, because, I mean, you don't have any room for error here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it turns out, and especially it's how it's turned out in the winners bracket. Just like in the recent years, even in the losers bracket, we've seen some crazy good accuracies, especially when it comes to like those Rice 4, the Jack picks. We've seen some crazy scores just from everyone in this tournament. And South Korea are going to take a little bit of an early timeout here.
Yeah, I mean, losing the opening pick and then finding yourself within touching distance of maybe getting that breakpoint back, maybe just wanting to take a second to kind of reorient, just like take a deep breath, calm down, maybe the nerves, some confidence, regain some of that before making the push into this middle portion of the match, because I feel like there's maybe some deliberation going on, maybe the protect coming through potentially, or do they want to take like a wild swing, go for those like Rice 5, 6, 7 style of picks? So it's interesting to see it this early, but definitely does feel warranted given how those first 2 picks have gone.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of have to keep in mind, like, that Rice 2 map, an incredible score overall from Chile.
Yeah.
That accuracy was ridiculous, but Michael did find a miss. The only reason that they were able to take that point themselves was because Nod also found a miss. If Chile is feeling a little uncomfortable with keeping combo, even like on something like Rice 2, I could definitely see South Korea wanting to go for more of the maps that would cause misses, would be more likely for players to choke on. Because that's kind of the way in. You got to make sure that Chile can't be comfortable on accuracy, and you have to want that, like, pick maps where they can miss on more reliably.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I guess the flip side of that is how much of a risk are you willing to take to try and get that sort of an edge over the opponent? Because yes, you try and open them up, but then you also don't want to open yourselves up for those potential misses. Because I mean, the current miss count is, dare I say, 2-1. That's it. There's only been 2 misses on one team and 1 on the other.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
But we have only seen one type. Well, I guess 2 types of maps technically. But Hybrid 1 and Rice 2 quite similar in structure. Just Hybrid 1 has a lot of long notes added to it, right? So you kind of are putting yourself in Chile's strong suit immediately by picking something like Hybrid 1, and I think South Korea just needs to move away from that. Luckily for them, a large number of the picks are not that straightforward. You know, left in the pool, I think it's Long Note 2 and Rice 4 left that are particularly straightforward. Arguably Rice 1, which I think is where Chile is going to want to stick around in the pool. So probably going to be going with that Long Note. The Long Note 2, Rice 4, Rice 1. And South Korea basically has to choose from the rest of the pool what they feel most confident in and what they feel they can take an advantage over on Chile.
Absolutely. And I guess the one saving grace for South Korea is the fact that, yes, they do need to get that breakpoint back, but because this is quarterfinals, we do add the extra couple of maps. It's now first to six instead of first to five, and they're going to have to go for the protect here, LN1, to try and reorient themselves a little bit.
Yeah, going for their protect a little bit less straightforward. I think this is a fair pick, and definitely, after giving up the first breakpoint in the match and Chile being up 2-0, making sure that they can get a point on the board, or at least put themselves in a position, or as good of a position as possible to get themselves on the board. Certainly not a bad idea here, because even though it is early on and they have a lot of time to get that breakpoint back, I think establishing points and getting some confidence up in the team is really, really important in a time like this, especially against an opponent like Chile, who's not going to give you much leeway.
Absolutely. It takes a lot to really kind of knock the confidence once Chile really does get the ball rolling, and getting that opening break point really does instill a lot of confidence. So yeah, going back to basics a little bit, maybe just going for something that they know as a team they can maybe swing out a good score on. As we see who has checked in, is going to be Poka, Nod, and Bushan for South Korea, going up against Miyuchi, Bambi, FNF, and Naito Mare, this time checking in for Chile on this first LN pick of this match.
Yeah, and interesting. We see two mirror mods on Chile's side, so potentially a sign of discomfort from the original patterns, or maybe just some easier accuracy patterns on this mirror side for those two players. But you don't usually hear the word accuracy and LN1 in the same sentence, so we'll have to see how this ends up going. Certainly already seeing players not quite as accuracy heavy as they were on the first two picks, given how straightforward they were and how difficult some of the releases are in this, and South Korea holding their own at the moment. Naito Mare a little bit behind the pack right now at that 99.7 range, and I believe that is giving South Korea a slight accuracy lead for the time being, but it is so close that we're still seeing that tug of war game between the red and blue bar at the bottom.
Yeah, it's about 0.1% separating the two teams at the moment, but all six of them making it through that opening salvo relatively unscathed. It's really just rushes of 300s on the releases. I haven't seen anybody really take a really hard tumble just yet. And as we continue on, still playing that tug of war here between the two teams. Who is going to be the first one to find either a slip up or just a straight up miss? There's so much time left here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're only a third of the way through. We still have 2 minutes left, and Bushan is going to find two misses back to back. And Chile, off the consistency that they've had combo-wise, is going to take a lead. And that was a big drop. Bushan was at about 99.8% and dropped down to 99.4%. That is now about a 10,000 point lead for Chile as Bushan gets to 400 combo. And they're going to need to hope for some accuracy drops or misses from the side of Chile. That accuracy was too close for this just to be just for South Korea to be able to come back by accuracy alone. So they'll need to hope that Chile finds some kind of mistake in the second half of this map.
Yeah, arguably one of the worst places to find a drop halfway through. You bleed over those points, and if they don't get traded back soon, it really does become a bit of a permanent mark against your team as you continue on through the rest of it. Yes, you do recover, but the amount of accuracy you can cobble back together really does become slim pickings. Thankfully, there's a lot of notes to work with, already back up with 1300 combo and above that 99.5 mark, but the lead is only growing for the side of Chile for now. 10,000 points kind of in and around that mark, as I mean, so far it's just 3 pictures of perfection on the other side to contend with. South Korea is gonna need a miss, and they're gonna need it fast if they want to try and get themselves back into this.
Absolutely, the consistency really showing its colors for Chile right now as we start to transition into the final chorus of this map. A 3-way full combo for Chile, holding up the lead for them going into the last few seconds of the map. Poka and Nod doing what they can to hold on. Bushan recovering incredibly, and there's a miss from Naito Mare, and that might be enough, but Bushan gets traded right back, and Chile gets a gift right at the end and might take another break point to bring it to a 3-0 slate.
And they do. They manage to hang on. Little bit of a nervy moment there at the end, but doing more than enough to see it through to the end, getting that second break point and getting South Korea's protect of all things. Oh man, that has to be a massive confidence boost for them going into these next couple of picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And even looking at the scores out, like just in general, South Korea started with the accuracy lead overall, but ended without it. I think even
Mhm.
if Nanomare and Bouchon both full comboed with the same accuracies, Chile might have still taken that.
Yeah, it would have been, I would say about what, 2,000 points of a margin. Definitely would have been much closer, much more nip and tuck, but unfortunately not to be. And it touches on the maybe the hidden element so far in this match, which is just composure, seeing things out through to the end. It's these little hiccups that have been marring these South Korean performances so far in this match, and Chile has really taken advantage as they opt to go for Rice 4 here.
Yes, going with the Korjak pick here. Another one that's very scary to look at the Chilean team and know that they have a super team for this kind of map. But of course, South Korea likely not as afraid as many other teams in this tournament, certainly capable of keeping an incredible accuracy on this. This is going to be, if we don't see any misses, I don't want to know what the score difference in this map is going to be.
We are going to be holding our breath going into the last eighth of the map if there are 6 FCs still left on the board. And I imagine the bar is once again like 99.9% accuracy. There is
Oh, it has to be higher. No, it has to be higher than that. It has to be higher than
9.5.
that. 9.5 is more
9.5.
realistic, I think, for a map like this.
Especially
Considering we're getting to 150 BPM. This is the kind of speed where players who are good at Korjaks are starting to get comfortable with the speed.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to say nowadays. 150, I can't play 150 BPM Korjaks. I never could at my peak. But these two teams, South Korea and Chile, I imagine they have 3 players each that can get 99.95 or above on this.
We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, 2 minutes, 15 seconds for us to see what these 6 players are made of. And I mean, right now, they are living up to the billing, not picking up maybe a rush of 300s, maybe a chord not going their way. There's a lot of quads and triples that you can potentially slip up on. But as things stand, 99.99 across the board. Yeah, that tracks for the most part.
Just about tracks. Lowest accuracy on Chile, 99.98%. Actually, 5 players above 99.97 right now. Not the only one a little bit behind right now. So, of course, Chile with a slight accuracy lead. But I mentioned if this ends up being 6 full combos, the score difference is going to be basically negligible. And at this point, if it's 6 full combos, Chile definitely has the advantage. Just with a singular player on South Korea not even doing bad, being 0.07% behind the rest is enough for Chile to establish a small lead right now.
I'm not gonna lie, Toph. I'm looking at these percentages, and I am just shaking my head. There is absolutely no way there are 5 players.
See, I said 99.95 was going to be the bar.
99.98 is the bar right now.
These players are telling us we are wrong and underestimating them.
As they always do, but there's a third of the map left to go here. It is still a tug of war. Bancho is doing everything in his power to try and keep track of the scores. They're all way too close to count, and I feel like the spanner is being thrown into work as every 100th of a percent that Nod climbs up right now is really starting to encroach on this, I'd say, very, very narrow lead that Chile has as we take the first real calm section before diving right back on into this outro. It is 1,300 points in favor of Chile. Can they hang on here?
They just need to hold on to the combos. A rush of 200s could definitely give it over to South Korea. The patterns are coming to a close. The map is about to finish, and Chile trying to hold on and bring themselves another point. And what is this team score? Is that a triple 999? It is! What?
Oh.
What is going on?
That is... Jesus Christ, that is 12. Is that 1,200 points away from a full 3 mil?
1,800, but yes.
I can't math. What in God's name is this lobby score? 5,999 Ks.
How? Wait, hold on. Let me do the
There
math
are
really quick. 40,
there is
78 total 300s on the side of Chile.
that is disgusting. There is a tie between
78
Antarex
total.
and Poca. Like, what? There's two 300 separating Miyuchi and Gex. Like, excuse me?
We were wrong about 99.95, Sparky. What
Listen,
is
man.
going on?
We have been in this situation way more times than I'd like to admit, where we say like, "Oh yeah, there's no way, there's no way."
This team's not
And
real.
these no.
Is it these teams aren't real right now?
Yeah, that's effectively what we're seeing. Like,
There's no way this is 4-0 right now, right?
no, there is no way. Like, everything the one thing that got lost in all of that is the fact that Chile won that pick. I mean, deservedly so. I think you asked them to do that like 5 more times. They maybe replicated once, but like, huh? Huh? Okay,
It's if I was
whatever.
if I was in the winners bracket, I'd be scared right now. I mean, what they play. Whoever wins this match plays the winner between United States and Vietnam.
Yeah.
If I was one of those two teams, I would be scared right now, seeing what these two teams are putting up right now.
Yeah, like either of these two teams, I wouldn't want to run up against next round. But besides all that, South Korea opting to go for LN3 here, just trying to find something, an opening somewhere in what has been proving to be a really stalwart Chilean resistance.
And this is a scary position to be in, too. Being down 4-0, South Korea needs to win this point because there is still one pick left on the board that Chile, I think, is very comfortable with, and it's their protect of Long No 2. If South Korea loses this, Chile has an opportunity to pick their protect and try and win this match.
Yeah, not desperate times is one of those things you can throw out here, but they definitely have the capability of taking points off this Chilean team, and it's got to start here. They have zero room for error from this point on. They got to get those 2 break points back, and I mean, it's just got to start now.
It absolutely does. This might be exactly the type of map to do it on. This one more Jack and Shield focused than the LN1 was, and we saw a mistake come from the Chilean side on that LN1. We also saw a couple come from Bushan on the LN1 from South Korea, but Bushan not in right now. Poca, Nod, and I'm Yi going to be the players in for South Korea trying to get a point on the board. Accuracy, though, right now in favor of Chile, with Ani a little bit behind the rest of the lobby at around 99.65. But goal right now, hold on to combo and look for some mistakes from Chile right now, because they are just on one right now, have not given an inch to South Korea yet.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Just opt for the combo, try to get a consistent score. But Poca going to be the first one finding a miss for the South Koreans, going to help extend this lead for the Chileans. Now 7,000 points to the good going into the second third of the map. But Bambi actually trading that miss back now going into the back half, and a little bit of a messier drop, losing about 0.3%. Gonna shrink this lead ever so slightly within 1,000 points. This is an opportunity for South Korea to try and capitalize. Can they take it here?
Bambi makes it to 400 combo, and it looks like Chile is going to hold on to the lead. You were right. That was a much messier drop from Bambi than we saw from Poca. We're already halfway through this map, and Chile's accuracy lead is helping them maintain it, but it's only about 3,000 points. And Miyuchi, with a break, might just give it over to South Korea and give South Korea an opportunity to take this point, but that lead wants to stay with Chile right now. That was a very clean drop from Miyuchi, and this is so close right now.
Quarter of the map left to go. Next build up, everybody makes it through relatively unscathed. The Yuchi back up over that 400 combo cap, and still with one of the highest accuracies in the lobby. Antorex being the supporting scorer, Poka as well, rivaling that, trying to cancel it out here. And right now, I really do think it rides on the fact that if I'm Yi can build maybe like 0.5% in this outro, maybe they can start chipping away at it. But that deficit really rearing its head here in this outro. 2,300 points. South Korea's still in it potentially, but gonna need something to happen here in this outro for them to try and get this one back.
Yeah, and you can see despite the miss from Poka, they actually have a higher score than I'm Yi, so the accuracy almost looks like it was equivalent to another miss from South Korea there. And that was just enough for Chile to take it by just over 2,000 points, and that is just tragedy.
That is backbreaking. If you are South Korea, your best opportunity. One of the cleaner scores, a 50 from Poka
Oh
being the
my.
break. If they had managed to hang on there, not get that slider break, potentially ringing it back to their side. But I mean, that score from Antorex deserves some shouting out
I
there.
was gonna say that 994,000. That map
Oh,
is
they're popping
not
off.
easy to be consistent. Yeah, I think that was a good score for them.
Yeah, that's definitely worth the pop off. A very well deserved MVP from them, and they did need those couple extra 1,000 points on their side. They needed that run, lest they give over a point to South Korea. And now, I mean, tough situation.
Is LN2 just the pick?
They're taking a timeout.
Interesting. I think it's fair. Just make sure that they have their bearings. I imagine if Antorex has that reaction in the chat lobby, I can't imagine how they're feeling like in real life. Because I know when I get good scores like that, my adrenaline spikes, and it gets so much worse for me to do the match if I'm not able to calm down.
Yeah, especially with how many maps that Antorex plays in for Chile. I imagine they need them to really kind of like settle down just a little bit before going into their next pick. You don't want that adrenaline to carry over into the next map. Shaky hands and all that kind of can lead to some inadvertent misses on maps thereafter. I mean, these guys, consummate professionals. They've been in situations like this before, but I mean, there's always a chance you don't want to risk it. And I mean, that's what the timeout's for, getting that extra 2 minutes to really just kind of take a deep breath after a performance like that.
Take a deep breath, get some water, get something in your system to calm you down.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be, regardless of how it is for Chile, this might be actually a boon for South Korea if they're able to get some of their own nerves a little bit under control. 3 breakpoints in a row now for Chile there is just, it is backbreaking, but they're going to need to find some resolve. These maps have been so close. I think, as I mentioned, LN2 should be the pick here for Chile. It's the most straightforward pick left in the pool, aside from maybe Rice 1, but it is probably the only one that I think Chile is going to feel like is a guaranteed win.
Yeah, at least in their mind.
Everything else in this pool is up for grabs, especially if South Korea can handle their combo issues that they've been having. If they can take long note 2, there's nothing in my mind that says a reverse sweep is not possible.
It's not over until that last point is won. And in situations like this, the last point is always the hardest one to get, it feels like. So yeah, definitely do not count out South Korea in this position. We've seen stranger things happen in this tournament. This is the breeding pool for these miraculous stories. And if you're Chile, you want to tamp that down as soon as humanly possible. LN2 going to be the pick. Unsurprising when all is said and done. Their Protect, the path of least resistance, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely seems like the kind of pick that Chile would feel comfortable triple FC. And I think Chile is under the impression that if they can get a 3-way FC, they win. Because their accuracy has been just so strong.
Yeah, just keep it clean, keep it simple. Don't throw any unnecessary wild picks into this. Just do what you do what you've practiced, and we're out of here on this next pick. At least that's what Chile's thinking in their minds. But South Korea gonna want to try and say something about that. They don't want to go quietly into the night here, into that lower bracket, if at all possible. So it's gonna be same six we've seen for a couple of picks now: Nod, Bushan, Poka, Muchi, Bambi, and Antarex, in different permutations, of course. But I mean, last chance saloon for South Korea in the winner's side of the bracket. Can they get that first breakpoint and start a comeback?
Has to start now. Chile on the door to winner semifinals to face the winner between the United States and Vietnam. One map away. Another situation where we see a double mirror from Chile. So potentially some comfort issues, but the last time we saw that, it was the non-mirror player who ended up missing on it. So we'll have to see how that ends up going for Chile here. This is a 2.5 minute long note 2 density pick here. So not the shortest of all time. Certainly lots of opportunities to find misses. Accuracy is going to be the main name of the game, and when it comes to accuracy, Chile has been king so far. But we'll have to see if South Korea has anything to say about that.
Yeah, with these density-oriented picks, just a simple misread. Somebody overholding, underholding something, and just spiking the entire next sequence is very much on the cards. And right now, South Korea picking up the early accuracy advantage. Boca and Bushan kind of forming that tandem dynamic duo on the bottom side of their lobby to bring it over to their side by about 1,200 points. Quarter of the map gone already. Everybody comfortably over that 400 combo cap here. It's really going to come down to who can keep it clean, who can maintain that composure through the next 3/4 of the map.
Yeah, a little bit against type. Accuracy lead in favor of South Korea pretty handily, with Bushan and Poka both holding above 99.9. No one on Chile matching them right now, and Nod just holding onto the combo, keeping Bambi under control with a 99.93. And Bambi, as I say their name, is going to find a drop. And South Korea with the strongest lead they've had so far this match, with half the map left to go, and a great opportunity to take a breakpoint and start what could be a comeback, but they have to hold on to the accuracy and the combos. It is imperative that they do so, especially with Muchi starting to creep up on the accuracies of Poka and Bushan.
Yeah, it's going to be one score canceled out before too long once Muchi rises up to match Poka here. Third of the map still left to go. Still, anything can happen. Bambi recovering pretty nicely back up into that 99.7 range, giving themselves a respectable accuracy to work with, ready to capitalize on any potential mistakes from the South Koreans. But for right now, the three-way FC still holding strong with a quarter of the map left to go. 5,000 points to cushion. Still within striking distance if you are Chile. They are not out of this map just yet. But for right now, this is the biggest hill they've had to climb so far in this match. An eighth of the map still left to go. Can South Korea hold on?
I just got really scared. Poka almost dropped an LN there. That really scared me, but they were able to save the combo. Going to last few patterns, and a triple full combo is going to be enough for South Korea to take their first point in the match and start a potential reverse sweep here, taking their first break point and regular point in the match.
Oh, what better map to do it on than on Chile's Protect? The map that they wanted to close this match out on now becomes the boon potentially for the South Koreans to keep this match going at least one map longer.
Wonderful performance from South Korea, and they get a pick here to try and continue the streak here, make it a 2-point streak. They've got one hybrid, one long no, and a few Rice maps available. I think Rice 1 is off the table, but I could see South Korea going for literally anything else that's available to them.
Yeah, now you kind of wonder if maybe that timeout from earlier in the match was a little bit preemptive, because I would love to have an extra 2 minutes to figure out what the heck I'm going to be doing from here on out.
Yeah, Chile is still in an okay position. Rice 1, I think, is a safe-ish pick, though we thought the same thing about Long No too.
Yeah.
But they're in a worse position. I think South Korea has much more of a pick of the litter for like what they would want to go for.
It's going to be hybrid 2 here, so not opting one way or the other, just going to go right down the middle and exhaust the remaining hybrid map in this pool. I don't know how to feel about this one.
As I mentioned, I think any of those 5 picks, right? 5, 6, 7, hybrid 1, LN4, any of those would have worked.
Yeah.
I think it's just about comfort. It's
Yeah.
about South Korea feeling comfortable and their expectations of how Chile's going to be able to do it. Chile banned hybrid 3. Remember that.
Yep.
Going back into the hybrid pool to try and trip up Chile on a much more technical pick than hybrid 1, I think is a completely fair. It's a completely fair pick to make in South Korea's side.
Absolutely, and you got to take into consideration one of the longer picks in this pool. I think the first one we've seen over 3 minutes now, so a little bit of room for recovery if you do find an early slip up. But at this point, you really don't want to be tempting fate and giving any sort of an advantage over to the Chileans. So one down, many more to go, but you got to start somewhere. And that ball is going to be rolling up the hill potentially for the South Koreans here as they opt to go for Hybrid 2 to continue that ascension.
Absolutely, and here we go into a much more shield, much more tech-heavy hybrid map. Looking for the mistakes from Chile to come out. Accuracy starting off strong for both sides. Nod and Antrax a little behind the other 4 players at the moment. And right now, it looks like Antrax is winning that battle, giving Chile a very slight lead. But like you said, 3 minutes long. And Bouchon and Bambi going to find early breaks, trading back and forth. Bambi's much dirtier, though, and that's going to keep the lead very small for Chile right now.
Yeah, effectively neutralizing each other within a couple of notes of each other. So going to be interesting to see how that trend develops right now. Basically equal between each other. The battle between Poca and Muji going to be raging on strong. Nod and Antarex as well, having a bit of a duel of their own. It is essentially inside of a tent, but Bambi finding a second drop, not answered back this time by the South Koreans. And they're going to eke out a tiny bit of an advantage moving on into the second quarter of the map now.
Absolutely. Look at this score from Poca. Putting the horns to Chile right now, holding a 0.02% higher than Mucci and neutralizing that score, allowing for Bouchon and Nod's accuracies to hold on against the 2 other players on Chile. Looks like we actually have kind of matching accuracies across the board. Poca slightly higher than Mucci, Bouchon with the miss, around the same accuracy as Antarex, and Nod with around the same accuracy as Bambi, but Bambi with those 2 additional misses is giving South Korea a very slight advantage halfway through this map.
Yeah, now the length of the map starts to play a bit of a factor. This is any misses from here on out going to be disastrous for either team. But for right now, South Korea riding the tiniest bit of an advantage. But Poca finding a massive drop after one of the anchors going to swing things back into Chile's favor. About 1,000 points with a third of the map left to go. Relatively clean, but not what you want if you're wanting to hold on to this advantage.
Especially not coming from the player on South Korea with the highest accuracy. They were the one neutralizing Mucci.
Oh no!
Mucci and Bouchon going to match that miss as well, and Chile starting to extend that lead as their combo consistency starts to come back. Bambi with 1,800 combo, Antarex and Mucci holding on to the full combos. Nod the only South Korean with the full combo right now as we get into a more LN heavy section, and that lead is now 10,000 points as Bouchon recovers their combo to 400 and above.
Oh, it's just a battle of composure. Chile has had it in spades in this match. Very few hiccups to speak of throughout. A couple misses here and there, 1 point dropped, but when all is said and done, one of the longer maps in the pool, they've been able to hang on. 2 FCs still on the board. Really high accuracies as well. A little bit too much for the South Koreans to overcome, and it's gonna be another seed upset in this tournament. Chile takes it over South Korea by a score of 6-1, knocking our 3rd seed down into that loser's bracket and moving on in the winners semifinals.
Yeah, that is such a great performance from Chile, but it's such a tragic finish by South Korea, having better accuracy overall than the Chilean side, but those misses were more than enough for Chile to take advantage. And they are going to move on in the winner's bracket, as we've mentioned a couple times, to face the winner between the United States and Vietnam, which will be happening actually in just about 23 hours. So that'll be right around the same time as this match started, just tomorrow. So if you're interested to see who Chile will be facing in the winner's bracket, make sure to tune in for that. But Korea, of course, not eliminated from this tournament, going to be a losers bracket menace. And going into the losers bracket for semifinals, Chile guaranteeing themselves a top 6 finish with this performance today.
Yeah, well done to them. Definitely well deserved. They have been, I mean, year in, year out these last couple of years, it's felt the dark horse status has become potential favorite type of status, maybe. Could be a little too early to call, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on this Chilean roster moving on to the late game of this tournament, because oh boy, this feels like the strongest they've been in years.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they can keep this kind of performance going through the semis and onwards, I absolutely see them getting top 3, if not vying for that #1 spot in the tournament.
Absolutely, but I mean, God, we're singing the plaudits of this Chilean roster. I wish, I really wish there was a way that I could show them that I'm really gunning for them this year. That I want to throw my support behind them, because they it feels like they have something special going on. Toph, is there anything that I could potentially do as a viewer, and well, from my spot as a commentator, is there anything I can do to maybe show them that I'm rooting for them this year?
Well, Sparky, you are in luck because we have banners on the Osu store. You can go to the Osu store, buy a banner for any of the 32 teams that made it into the bracket stage of this tournament, including those who did not make it to the quarterfinals and have been eliminated already. Just go to the Osu store, pick your favorite team, and it'll only cost you $2.50 USD to put a very shiny, wonderful banner on your profile for the world to see. And on top of that, if you like more than just Chile as a team, you can get more than one banner. I know, I love Chile and Korea. They both had a great performance. So if you want to support both those teams, you can buy 2 banners, one for each team. Or if you're crazy, you can buy all 32 team banners that made it into the bracket stage. How does that sound?
Oh, that sounds absolutely banging, my man. And is there maybe, let's say I want to put all my eggs in one basket. Let's say I choose one team. And let's say, just hypothetically, they managed to win the tournament. Is there anything special that happens if that were to happen?
Well, there absolutely is, Sparky. Because if you buy the banner of the team that ends up going all the way and getting first place, winning the tournament, getting that gold medal, you get to keep that banner until next year's iteration of the 4Q World Cup. How does that sound?
That sounds absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna go ahead and head on over to the O store tonight and get myself a couple of banners, because that sounds pretty dang good. But until then, got a pretty lengthy break between now and the next block of matches, and oh boy, is there quite a run of matches coming up soon. 13 UTC, we're gonna start a long run, so you better be there, because oh boy, there's some pretty intense matchups in that block.
Yeah, definitely don't want to miss any of those, especially since some of them are losers bracket matchups and will decide who makes it into top 12 and who doesn't. It's going to be an exciting time. But make sure you come back in 9 hours at 13 UTC for the first block of matches, which is actually going to have 3 all at the same time. Choose whichever one you want: Philippines, Singapore, Taiwan, Japan, or Russia, France. All 3 are available. And we hope you come back to support your favorite teams and support this tournament. We'll see you guys then.
Take care, y'all.
Alrighty, hello everyone, welcome back to Mania for Key World Cup 2025, and we're back with another match on the block right here. It's going to be Argentina versus Spain. I am I'll be commentating alongside Dynasky. How's it going?
It is going great, Mifa. We've got another match for you guys, this time in bracket, and this one is going to be quite interesting. I feel like at a base level for both these teams, they are quite rice heavy, but surprisingly, when you think about it, Argentina got I think their usual game plan involves rice, but they also ended up picking stuff like LN during their match. Well, or not another one, someone else. But anyways, I feel like this match is going to be them tiptoeing around rice, and then whoever the first couple points will really lay out the foundation for the rest of the match. What do you think, Mifa?
Yeah, I feel like some people this might be the point of contention whether or not this will go to the tiebreaker distance. You know, it's like you said, when you're banking on like some rice picks that are actually going toe to toe with each other, like from Argentina. They have clear differences in terms of picking their rice charts in this confident on taking them. It's just going to be a matter of a chicken game at the end of the day on picking all the rice picks. But other skill sets like we're touching about like long notes and hybrids are kind of up in the air. So we kind of just by these teams, they are particularly similar on some of the hybrids. So I'm after they're exhausting the rice picks. It could be anywhere. It could be like, just anybody's game really.
Yeah, I like that both teams can really maybe flex into the hybrids or even the LNs. It's like you said, a chicken game, and we're gonna get a little bit of their game plan with these picks and bans coming out. Argentina is the first to have their protect, so we're gonna see what they want. They also do get the first pick as well, and that's obviously going to be super important because you do not want to drop that first point. Yes, the map size, the map pool is a little bit bigger, so it is first to six. You do have heading in at the start of your match.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like this is the one matchup that I go not just winning by like 6-1 or 6-2 or whatever. This can go even further, and maybe you can say this could go to a tiebreaker if they play their cards right and not protection bets that I would envision for both of these teams, really.
Yeah, and so it seems like first Protect is going to be Rice 2 from Argentina. I don't think that's really too much of a surprise when you have like superstar players like Attack Mess, who pretty much is going to be expected to get at least something like a 997 on a map like this. This is a good choice.
But on the other hand, Spain might be probably protecting something else rather than just Rice. That is probably along the lines of
Long note, coordination. A hybrid, or do they want to ban a Rice? What do you think?
likely banning hybrid. Middle seed teams, really. Argentina has been pretty strong in the hybrids in general. We have been shown that from like round of 32 and round of 16 picks. Argentina can hold their own on those hybrids, so you would assume Spain would probably avoiding those hybrids, really.
Yeah, round of 32-16, even qualifiers were, to remind everyone, they on Hybrid 1, they got 5th place, which is absolutely insane. So yes, they have been showing time and time again that they are good at hybrids. I do think that is the right play now that I think about it. Which one do you go for, though? Maybe something like Hybrid 3, where it's the most strenuous and the toughest to have accuracy, or maybe Hybrid 1, where maps like that where you think Argentina, all 3 players will have something good. But no, Spain actually going for a Rice 6 ban, it seems.
Seem like they're avoiding most of the miscellaneous tech picks or just something along those lines that you don't really want to make sure that you have chokes on your end to to get the team score just kind of downwards. But apparently, that's
Wow.
that's contradictory that we're actually been discussing about banning protection and whatever. But Argentina seems to be banning core jacks here. Kind of an odd choice, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, definitely sad about the Rice 6 ban. First of all, one of the maps that I did want to see played, but Rice 4 is quite interesting because you did outline that as maybe one of the maps that Argentina would like to protect or maybe like to play, but it seems like against Spain, maybe with the higher density in the chart, with the funkier patterns, it's just something Argentina doesn't want to deal with, just the volatility of it.
Spain's bans does make sense, but I still can't wrap around my head around why Argentina would ban Korjak like this, because they can hold their own, especially with the higher accuracy on average against most of the teams that have been faced before. But I just don't know if this is actually the best ban for Argentina in this case.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite interesting, but I guess we'll never know how Argentina performs on that. Their first pick, oh.
Is it Rice 3 or Rice 4?
Seong trying to juke us out here, but I think it's going to be Rice 3.
Is it where are they kind of mixed up whether the bands are Rice 3 or Rice 4? But apparently, okay, yeah. So it's definitely the.
No false alarms here. Yes, this one, I mean, hey, it makes sense, right? You protect Rice 2, go for the other jump stream pick. So we're gonna start off with the more stamina focused map of 2.
See, my initial impression was that when they said that picking Rice 3 or Rice 4, I thought they kind of mixed in with that the bigger pool size, and the core jack is kind of moved from like Rice 3 to Rice 4, like in previous round, which is Rice 3, and now it's actually Rice 4. So I thought they actually like banning a wrong chart to pick so kind of makes sense when you think about it, but apparently not. So it's no harm done there.
Yeah, I thought about it too. Where it's yeah, you're right. The map pool size could have maybe freaked some teams out, but no, like their ban was very much so indeed the core jack pick, and this again falls in line with their thinking of that they think they're the better jump stream team. So they're gonna test it out, going a little bit slower with 240 BPM jump streams rather than their Protect's 252 BPM. But this one is quite anchor heavy. I mean, and obviously you don't have a lot of breaks on this map. It goes on for 3 minutes and 21 seconds, and really the breaks that you get are just lighter density jump streams.
Oh yeah, it's very trilly based patterns, and as opposed to like you just play most of the like sort of rolly kind of like manipulable jump streams at that. But this is different. This is a different take of you would charge jump stream. It's very outer trill heavy, and sometimes it gets thrown to like 1/5 patterns in there. So it's a consistency check more than anything.
Yeah, I think the weird switch between the 1/5 little streamy sections into back into the jump streams might catch some players out, but I mean with how miss unless it's towards the end when your mental stamina is waning or your physical stamina.
Yeah, we're gonna be here a little while here since it runs on a pretty long one too. So you would hope to see more drops coming out at the other end too if you want to have a shot on winning this.
And the patterns are quite light at the moment, but you can really see those one-hand trills that you outlined for this map. They will crop up time and time again, and when we get into the chorus with the greater density, that's going to be proving the real challenge for both of these teams. At a standstill though, Argentina with combo cap on everyone, and about third way into the map, about 2,000 points.
Yeah, around 2,000 points. Actually, it's kind of staying around there somewhere, as Spain has all-around average about 99.87, with the lowest being 99.85, but it's apparently still not higher than the lowest on the Argentina side, which is 99.89 by Agus Gex right here. The other two main players on the Argentina are the main carries here at the moment.
Exactly, Attack Mess and Sam, two people that you really do expect to be strong anchors for Argentina on any Rice pick. Both of them beating out all three players on Spain by quite the margin. Abril is trying to do their best to catch up, but with the lead now at 3,000 points, it seems like as time goes on, Spain is just having a little bit of trouble on accuracy. We are at this more streamy section that you had mentioned at the start of the map, and a lot of 300s, some 200s dropped by Nico plays, so quite a rough beginning.
Tech mess. That's the first drop on Argentina's side. Now the lead is going to shift towards Spain, but not by very much, since the accuracy is still favoring Argentina's side right here. Agus gets now to a 99.9 here, beating out almost everyone except for Avril.
And with about 3,000 points now on their side, even though Attack Mess is back on the combo cap, I don't think there's enough time unless Spain takes a lot of 200s or just outright misses. So again, last section, you have that physical stamina draining for about 3 minutes now in the burner. You have that mental stamina draining, and the one-hand trills really don't stop the weird anchors in the inside columns. And this is going to be down to the wire.
It is down to the wire, indeed. Is it like just around that score difference? Actually, it's now closing down a little bit there. We're actually in the last stretch now, like we're around less than 1,000, I would say. I'd wager April has some couple 200s on their side too. I'm not sure. Yeah, that is it. That is Spain's break point right off the bat. What a start to this match too.
Crazy beginnings. Unfortunate miss by Attack Mess leads to Spain wiping it by 1,500 points. Not an unexpected break point, but I did not expect attack miss to miss like that, and it's so weird to think that a 995 average from Spain isn't gonna cut it against Argentina if they full combo on possibly their protect. So they've got to watch out when they
Yeah.
pick Endro.
Yeah, the apparently it almost worked for Argentina to get that to a point that accuracy is gonna be the main key strengths right here. But Spain is opting to go for the longer density pick right here. This would be a decent pick just to test the waters if Argentina's long nose can hold up on their own against them.
Yeah, I mean, Spain seems like they are just going for the Ellen game plan, and I kind of like this because as we've seen, Spain's able to just take points on Rice if Argentina's having bad days. So definitely, Spain is a good Rice team, but when relative to the other team, you're a really good LN team, you might as well go for the picks that make sense. So starting off with the density, like you said, it's a good first pick. It's a good pick where you can just dip your toes into the water, and if you end up beating Argentina by a wide margin, you can really just flex into any other LN pick. Because as a reminder, Argentina did ban Rice 4, so there is 4 LNs available for Spain, and if they really feel like it, there's 3 hybrids. Maybe not all of them are well catered to Spain in the sense that there's a lot of LNs. Bison Charge does come to mind. However, Spain has what I think is a lot of good picks if this set goes the distance, and Argentina just seemingly will run out of Rice picks just because of the double ban. It really does hurt them.
Oh yeah, it could have you could have questioned a little bit more about the ban from Argentina there, but if they are seemingly uncomfortable with them, then I guess that's understandable in some ways. But I think they could have been better bans for that to be better utilized for that. But with Spain having to giving you the option to pick a longer density pick, I would assume that this would be a decent one at that. But it rather depends because given the difficulty is higher every time because of the pool. You never know.
Yeah, and I really feel like with this category in specific, this is the one category in LN where you have a large BPM jump from last round. So I think that, it is a US density map, so it's very like the one from last week. But it's just, it really just feels like that bump in BPM can destroy the third man on the teams that are weaker on LNs, and maybe even the second man, the second best performer on some teams. So at around that quarterfinals level is where you'd expect a lot of teams, lower seeded teams, to fall off in LN by a wide margin, and we're gonna have to see if this happens here for Argentina.
Yeah, and as we see that there's a couple swaps here, like we see Hakitsu instead of Itakmes, and I believe Victor also switched out for Nico plays as well for Spain. So, given their third man, their third player for their respective teams, should be able to handle these on their own.
Very, very light start. Couple of weirder inverse jacks, but now we really get into the meat of the map. And once it started up, you saw that scoreline kind of buffer in for Spain, 3,000 points, and that's really off of the back of Hakitsu having not the best time on this map. A lot of early releases, a lot of late releases from them. 4,000 points for Spain. And break section here, we get to see that Argentina not having the best time on all 3 players.
Yeah, seems like Hakitsu's hit error is kind of all over the place, like you mentioned about the late releases, and I guess overholding them or just like letting go way too early than you would see. But April is the first one to miss on the Spain side, although that is very minor because the accuracy is very, very clean.
Super clean drop from April. As when someone drops, you really expect the scoreline, that blue bar, to go down by a large margin. It didn't at all. In fact, it's increasing as we speak. you just see it here, Argentina, no one above a 99.7, and although Spain only has one person above there, Seong is already matched by the second performer of April and almost by Victor. So Map's gonna try to close out now. We're at 3,000 combo for everyone, and although Agusgex and Hakitu are trying to hold on as much as possible, 15,000 points for Spain is just too much of a burden to bear.
Yeah, this is a very good average scores there by Spain here, just around all around 99.6, and even some eclipsing above there, like email like 99.77. It just beats out everyone on Argentina's side there. Well fought for Argentina for getting this just around 2 full combos. Even Hakitsu just trailing around with the full combo on their stead, but the accuracies of just far too much to handle, and this seems like to be Spain's second point. It's now 2-0 on their side.
And quite the team score from Spain. Unfortunate miss from Everil, but it was straight out by Agusgex, and you do see the complete act difference on both sides. Spain should be pretty confident going into any of the other LN maps, like I had predicted earlier on, and Argentina left scrambling as they are down 0-2, but they do have this next pick, so where in the right section do they want to go?
It's kind of a wonder why Spain banning long note 1, because I believe they would have been completely fine with it. Honestly.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
actually, maybe
probably.
Yeah. I guess long note 1 would have been considered there, but I guess it's a different kind as well because it's long note coordination one. Why is it that?
Yeah, I do have to agree with that. And Argentina, I mean, let's see what's left. Rice 1, 2, and 5, and 7. So, oh, but no, they're actually going to launch into the hybrid picks instead. Yes, this is the kind of I wouldn't say off-brand, but rather the picks that they have up their sleeves for Argentina, where, they still have to protect, and you saw how they perform on more straightforward picks like that, but in these middle maps, the ones where they try to find any point they can along the line, Hybrid 2 seems like a really good choice.
Yeah, I believe this is the best. This is the best of the hybrid picks that Argentina can do on, because of the other than Bison Charge and Cherry Blossom, I think this is the least dense about out of all 3 hybrids. But it plays like just like a shield pick in most cases, and you just transition in and out of it. It's the only tough thing to do in a tournament setting, and I think Argentina can handle them at most, since if they can outact in regards to having minimizing 200 count, I think this is the good pick for Argentina to capitalize on Spain.
Yeah, I do quite like this pick as well. As you said, it is the Chile hybrid slot in this tournament, and the LN around it can be quite difficult, especially on Kinetic Flux, and especially the Broken Jack section in the middle of this map, to talk about that as well. But Argentina should have pretty good accuracy considering how much of the rice elements are present, even when you do have to account for kind of the LNs.
Also, this time we're gonna have Nubo in for Argentina, so we have a little bit of a taste of the full roster, almost a full roster for Argentina. We have seen Techmas. We also seen some couple players in action as well from Spain. So it's good to have a full roster for this type of stuff.
Yeah, it really shows how these teams do have a very solid core, but also have players that can work around it. And we do, as you said, Numbo is in. We do get to see a little bit of the Hidden God come into play, and very light jacks in the beginning, nothing too much, and really the main bulk of it, as you said, are the shields, and how can they deal with them, we'll just have to see. Victor, though, it seems, doesn't like them as well as the others.
The only good thing about that break is that still before the 400 combo cap right here.
We go into more of these nastier jacks into shieldier LN sections, and these ones are quite tough. It seems like Nubbo isn't having the best time. Seong even dropping a couple of 200s, so big swing for Spain. I don't know if it's gonna be enough. I think it will be able. Spain's gonna be able to have the slightest of leads, but accuracies aren't looking too well. And Victor drops yet again and again. So 2 drops for Spain. Victor cannot find their footing on this map.
Yeah, just actually Nubo trading him back and forth actually with Victor here. It really just comes down with the third player is on the respective teams here. And even then, Spain's overall carries are much better than just the other 2 carries from Argentina here. E-Man, yeah, I was gonna say April is gonna actually tank a lot, but now, apparently had a miss now. So now the leads go ballooning out to Argentina for just around the majority of it now. And no full combos in Spain.
Full combo wipe from the side of Spain. It was back and forth. It was close. There were a lot of trades, but as we pass the halfway mark into the map, Argentina finally has such a solid grip onto this lead. And August Seong doing their best. They don't have as well of a big drop from Seong. So now August the only FC. They don't have the accuracy, especially when you account for Ime and Abril. But man, they have the combo 100%.
Yeah, but they're not out of the woods yet. Apparently now the lead is now cut down. It's no longer 5-digit anymore. Agaskex tanking here a little bit, but he's still holding the full combo. And even then, Nubo and Victor still trading back and forth. But I guess the accuracy is now on Spain's side. If all things, if you take into account the misses there, it's just very clean, and Spain has the overall accuracy to boot here.
Yeah, it's just Victor takes all of these repeated drops, and that's really hurting Spain's score. It seems like every time Victor finds some semblance of a combo, he drops yet again, and unfortunately because of that, Argentina is just going to strong hand their way into the lead and take this map by the force of combo gaming. So Argentina finally finding their footing into the match and getting their first point. They finally break through, and it's now 1-2.
What a fantastic score here. Full combo by Aguskek is basically what keeps Argentina intact on the lead here. It could have been 3 FCs if you take into account, actually 4 if you take into account with April, Ime, and Seon did not miss anywhere there, because otherwise that would be a shame, because those scores could easily beat out most players in the tournament.
Exactly, and man, Argentina should be feeling pretty confident, all things considered, after a map like that. You know, they sense a third man weakness in the hybrid section for Spain, and I think they can pounce on, like you said, something like Bison Charge afterwards if they don't want to pick Rice 2. But for now, Spain is going to delve into LN1. They have an abundance of LN maps left to pick, and that is going to be their weapon of choice.
This is apparently just around I guess the same length as the hybrid, though. But this one feels a little bit too long, because of the song itself isn't particularly all that engaging. So it might play out longer than it should have been. So this might be just another consistency check. Like Spain could have this in the back, but it's kind of a slog, honestly. Although it's not in a negative way, but it's still very kind of a snooze fest, and it's not very varied in terms of patterning.
Yeah, I mean, this one and I believe LN4 are both over 3 minutes, and I think that's a good thing for Spain that the LN maps are a lot longer, because as a map is more it has more time to it, and the difficulty is very consistent. Teams that are better on LN should be able to hold off any comebacks or anything like that, as the margin for error is a bit wider with a more consistent test. So kind of think of it like, there's more consistency with a longer length in a pick. So Spain again, they won by such a large amount on LN2 that I don't think they should be worried about anything really at all. But if it comes down to it, I mean, I think the coordination should be able to save them. I mean, Victor couldn't really coordinate on the hybrid pick, but this is a different beast.
Yeah, but it's a different skill set to
Yeah,
approach it.
exactly.
It's not very shieldy. It's just release heavy. If you don't want to take into account that shield doesn't really require that muscle memory to time their releases, this is very blatantly almost release heavy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's some weirder, Ellen Jacks at play, but you are correct where it's, a lot of the coordination is based around the releases on this map, and I think we have everyone ready for this. Numbo is staying in. We got Seang Agus Gex. As for Spain, I believe the same squadron for them as well. So all 6 players loaded in for LN1. Spain trying to get this 3rd point, trying to run away with the match early and deny Argentina any inklings of a comeback.
Yeah, can they make it 3-1 here would be the question. Although, not a very good start there for April there, already missing at the intro, but apparently it's still well, 2 misses now at the intro. That's not looking very good here.
Not a great start from April. Unfortunate from them. However, as I said, this is a long map. As you get back up to the combo cap, the accuracy is really where you're going to be able to shine through. And with the coordination, you kind of expect Argentina to flutter just a little bit in terms of accuracy, especially in the more dense sections. So Ime doing really well, top scorer on this map so far. And as April tries to get their accuracy back up from those 2 misses and Agus Gex takes a miss, we're going to see Spain, the map's going to go on, and I feel like they're probably going to take the lead back very soon.
Yeah, with that Seang miss right there, it's gonna tip over to Spain here. Now the misses from Agassi and Seang, it matters a lot more because it's now after the 400 combo cap. But it's still rather eerily close apparently, because Victor actually dropping a little bit now to below 99.6. It's dropping below Agas's accuracy, but Agas had a miss, and Seang missed once again, so Spain's gonna have a little bit of a cushion to work with.
And what a cushion it is. Yes, another miss from Seang means that Spain is going to have a lot more breathing room than earlier. A very light section as we're halfway into the map. But as we see it, I mean, Ime and Victor, very good FCs from them. Nobo is actually surprisingly doing very well, but Victor actually drops that FC as I say it. So now 1-1 in terms of FCs, but for that 2nd and 3rd man, it seems like accuracy is on the side of Spain.
Now this is where it gets dangerous, because Agus Gex is recovering quite nicely with the accuracy. He's now beating April and Victor in most cases, but Ime and Nubo is basically just handling a one singular threat, and the score difference is just barely above 5,000 here.
Another light section, and you are right, Argentina kind of does have that combo, but it doesn't really matter now as Victor's back up to the combo cap, so Spain's gonna need to miss again for Argentina to try to make anything happen. But with how well Ime and April have been doing, April since the start has been doing, it feels like Spain is probably poised to take this one. Very, very dense section with a lot of releases, and unfortunately Agus Gex is going to take quite possibly the final drop in the map. And, it was a lot closer than LN2, but at the end of the day, Spain just does seem like the stronger LN team by a decent margin. 13,000 points is nothing to snuff at. So 3-1 for Spain.
Bit of a sketchy one at that too, because the only misses to take into account from is just from April with 2 misses at the intro, and then the middle one, which is from Victor's side. So at the end there, it's a very good performance there, handling toe to toe with Nubo and Ime with their own FCs here, but Ime just barely missing the view nonetheless as well apparently.
Yeah, that is a crazy score. 9-9, 1.6 on the quarterfinals. Coordination is quite insane. And so Spain, well deserved win from them. Argentina back up to pick. Do they want to finally go for the protect? Do they want to hold it off for their potential last pick? They have, hybrid one. They have a couple of other rice picks that they might want to do. But if they end up losing this one, they will only have potentially one last pick. So this is quite an important one to think about.
My eyes are currently glued to Toki or Rice 7 because I love that pick, but I also hate it. But then I gradually hate it more, but then I also started to love it because that kind of pick is really what accentuates how crazy mind-blockable and choke heavy those patterns are.
Yeah, I think that would be a very not off-kilter pick, but just one that it's kind of like in the middle of the list in terms of what I choose at the top for Argentina right now. I mean, you still have Rice 2, probably the best pick that they can go for right now. And then I'd assume they'd be good at Rice 1. And
okay,
yeah, actually, no, they do pick Rice 1. So, they got Rice 3 by a very good margin. And, well, actually, no, they didn't get Rice 3. They lost by a small margin because one missed. But, their accuracies were the wide margin in that map.
This is also the pick that is kind of dangerous as well, because if you're rushing one of them, you're gonna end up that one matchup where there's one player that are just completely lost immediately, and you drop a whole percent out of the one stream. And this is kind of that pick right now because at this BPM it's just particularly fast, and there's not much room to recover from if you get lost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of room to breathe for on this map, and the BPM bump has been quite solid on a map like this. We are getting up to 336 BPM single streams, and it's very, very similar to last week's map, the Sonic map, but it's just the absolute speed of it can trouble some of the weaker players when it comes to streams. And I do think everyone can play jump stream, and everyone has shown how good they are on Argentina and Spain. For Spain, they did end up winning with a 995 average. Argentina probably would have averaged something like 996 and a half. So stream's a little bit of a different beast, but I don't know if they have like a very strong third player on each side for this to get where the bare minimum is probably something like 994, 995. I don't know. It really comes down to the third man, I think, for a map like this.
Oh yeah, especially with the patterns by itself are not that much of an issue. I guess the snapping is not straight up 1/8. I feel it's not just straight up 336 BPM equivalent of streams. It might be some being thrown a little bit of a mini anchor at some point. So it I guess it's kind of varied in that way.
Yeah, I think mostly on the verse sections are where you get the variations in snaps, but when you really get to the main meat of it, they are kind of sustained 336 BPM streams. The thing about this map is that it's not always sustained, and the patterning is pretty light overall. So, it's really just you gotta look out for where it's the most dense.
Looks like it's synced up properly, so hopefully no other issues out of that late start, I guess, or not. Maybe we'll see.
Bancho's having not the best of times. They've been working very hard for this entire tournament. Sometimes you gotta let them have a little break, and no breaks on either team as we get into, or I guess out of that first vocal section.
Yeah, this is where it gets the pattern is a little bit sketchy at first, because if you rush, then you're rushed completely on one of them. Apparently Hakitsu does actually break off a little bit on accuracy, but Seiyong there with the first miss.
Yeah, very, very big drop from Sang. Unfortunately, it seems like they're not having the best time. And Hakitsu also taking a break as well. So 2 misses on the side of Argentina means that Spain is going to be very comfortable. I mean, 20,000 points, but Ime, unfortunate, and in such a light section 2 is just not what you want to see. Argentina, though, has a chance for a comeback. I mean, there's not a lot of time left. It's a very short map, but can something happen on either Victor Abel? Can Ime miss again? And Argentina might be able to make it and make this comeback.
Yeah, time is running out here, and apparently Spain has still has a 5-digit lead after Emin missed there, and Sayang recovered quite nicely after that miss here. But apparently, the time is running very, very short here. It's just these streams of left here, and Sayang with another miss on the side, and apparently Hakisu probably already submitted the score. I would assume because of the late start in the band show here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to check the MP link for that. Yep, Hakitsu's gonna finish with a 984, and Spain is going to win by the margin of 18,000 points. So big win for Spain. I mean, that's yet another breakpoint on the right section, destroying Argentina's confidence on something like that. In Spain, you're up to pick next. You have LN3, you have LN4. You've been performing so well on maps like that. Your only loss has been on Hybrid 2. So where do they want to go? I mean, they is it LN3 or LN4, Mifa? Really is the question.
Well, the only way to go is one of those 2 picks that you mentioned. Yeah, I would say maybe along the 4 or fake. I guess it's on a similar whim as the LN1, just a little bit more diverse.
Yeah, I love that from you. I think fake is probably the play where it's the same as LN1, where you saw Argentina struggle a lot in terms of how the releases went. A lot of 200s from a couple of players on their side, and Spain can really capitalize on something like that on fake, just from the sheer weirdness and abnormality in the releases on a map like that. I mean, it's Scotty LN, right? So you got to go into it expecting what Scotty does best.
I would be. I mean, they would be out of their mind if they pick anything. If they pick anything that Long does at this point. Apparently, yeah. There you go with the fake.
So Ime launching missile known as LN4, and Spain trying to get to that match point off the back of their own pick. I think it's a very good shot. I mean, we've seen very dominant wins on both the LNs so far. The density map won by 28,000 points. Coordination map won by 13,000 points. And, I think this is comfortable for Spain. Not guaranteed, but when you look at how both of these teams have been performing on the map so far, at least for the LN section, Ime, Abril, and Victor are very much a strong roster for Spain to field for LN, and especially Ime and Abril in particular, they have been putting up some crazy numbers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do feel that I think Ime in particular has been particularly great, I guess, for longer.
Yeah, I think the top performer on both LN maps so far. So that's going to be expected from them again, as the bar is raised, and on a map like this, I'm not expecting triple 990s really from either team. That's going to be a hard feat for a lot of teams in the tournament on fake. But what I do expect is to try to minimize your 200s as much as possible. And in terms of that, I do think that's where Spain's going to find the little advantages and where they're going to build up their score differential.
apparently Argentina's missing one other player on their roster. Apparently it's Catalepsia, so probably gonna be joining in the lobby, seems like.
Yeah, and like you said, I think we've seen pretty much everyone from Argentina at this point, if Catalepsia is to come in for this. Spain still gonna stick with their Ime Abril Victor core, but Argentina gonna try something new.
Yeah, it's no longer Hakitsu playing for Long Nose this time. Maybe another player would be kind of the problem fixer here, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, Argentina in a little bit of trouble getting Catalepsia X in here. I think mostly know them as a Rice player for Argentina. At least, in a qualifier standpoint, I think they only played some of the Rice maps. But, I mean, with how weird Fake is and how Argentina have been kind of struggling to find, a solid third player for the LN map, I think this could be a good change for them. And who knows, maybe Catalepsia is very good on these weirder, more funkier vocal dump LNs.
Yeah, this would be their one and only chance that Argentina could take a break point out of this, because otherwise, if this wasn't taken by Argentina, then Spain would have the match point on their hands here. So this is a very crucial one to win for Argentina here, and with the disadvantage of having 3 points down, it's gonna be probably affecting them mentally.
Yeah, you do have to think about that mental factor. I mean, Argentina just swiped at every single junction except for Hybrid 2, where they lost their first pick, didn't go too well, and then they just lost the stream pick by a large margin, have been beaten out by the LNs in a large margin. If you're one of the Argentina players playing on this map right now, you might not have a lot of confidence, and that could result in you not playing as well. On the other hand, Spain should feel pretty good overall.
Yeah, we'll see if this pick ends up really being decent for Spain, because this is their one of the two last picks of the LMs remaining here. The only thing left is just Planet Shaper, and that is if Argentina wins their next pick.
Exactly. And maps starting out, it seems like Spain does have better accuracies overall, and the intro is pretty much akin to what you'll see in the rest of the map. Maybe the density is higher in the chorus, but just looking at how Ime and Abril have 99.7s and no one on Argentina is even close to touching something like that. Yes, Abril is going to drop, but does it really mean too much unless it's very sustained drops from Spain?
It could have some little bit of a consequence here, but April seems to just a bit around actually beating out Nubo's accuracy, so that might actually not going to change very much here. Oh, Victor actually with the second miss on the Spain side, and Argentina still has all 3 full combos, but accuracy is still down by quite a lot actually, on average by like 99.3, but now Seong here is the first one to miss on Argentina's side.
Yeah, and another miss from them as well. So finally that lead ballooning up from Spain. They had the accuracy to build up enough where their misses didn't mean as much, but now with Argentina finally having these drops in Seong yet again, now we see that Spain really does have that strong lead that we were expecting from them.
Yeah, we're at a point that actually now a couple of misses from Spain's side would change too much in the lead, because their accuracy are much better in terms of average.
and things revving up once again in the map. We do see, a couple jacks, but then you have the LN patterns, and we're gonna finally get into the pre-chorus for the second half. Abril doing pretty well after, that first drop. Same with Victor as well. Ime is still holding onto the FC. It's them and Catalepsia and Nubbo. So 2 FCs on the side of Argentina, but the thing is, the accuracy is just too much. Ime finally drops no more FCs for Spain.
Ime is down now. It's just only 2 FCs remaining intact here for Argentina, but that accuracy is still far below here, even on the standards of Spain's accuracy on an average here. It's going to take much more misses, but apparently not on the Spain side. It's actually on Seiyang's side, on Argentina here. Now the lead's going to balloon up a little bit more than they used to be.
Oh man, and as the map ends, Spain, a couple of bumps in the road in terms of combo, but you cannot deny the accuracy that they put up time and time again on maps like this. Even with all of those misses, 2 players still finishing at around 99.6, beating out Argentina by a wide margin. And yes, Nubbo and Catalepsia did really, really well to hold combo, but just not enough. And Spain now at match point. Argentina, time to pick their poison, and the poison will be Rice to their protect.
Yeah, this is the only thing that I would expect from Argentina here. Andro being the jump stream, the faster jump stream pick that I would say even is the only thing that is gonna come and cutting close here against Spain. And Argentina does have accuracy on the Rice picks in general, but the thing is that they have been choking for almost all of the maps here, seems most like. So it just comes down to whether or not they are just not missing anywhere.
That is quite true. I do think that at least on the last jump street pick, technically the first pick of the match, Romanesque Romancia, Argentina did choke it. They were poised to win by a good margin. And on the other Rice pick of It's Going Down Now, Rice 1, that stream pick that we saw 2 maps ago, I think, Argentina would have lost if everyone were to FC the map. So kind of that in between where, yes, it's a bit faster than that first jump stream pick, but obviously a lot slower than the streams pick. Gonna have to see how the physicality bump bodes for both of these teams.
It seems we're probably just most likely waiting for, I guess, third players coming in. It seems like Ime's not playing this time around. It's now actually going to be Nico's back in, and April, for, I guess, probably the first time we've seen playing Rice picks in general. Because we've seen Ime and Nico play alongside each other, but not the combination of the two.
Yeah, not pretty interesting lineup. I don't think we saw Victor on the first Rice map. They did play the streams map, but yeah, they didn't play Romanesque Romancia. So it's a different vision from what we've seen before from Spain. But for Argentina, we're gonna see Seiyang, Catalepsia, and Tecmes. So Catalepsia gonna be in for their second straight map, and it's gonna be on their protect as well. So maybe it's kind of that secret weapon for Argentina. Yes, you do expect very good scores from Seiyang and Tecmes, but how does Catalepsia fare on a map like Endro?
Yeah, I would expect Catalepsia should do fairly well on their own, given their Rice scores. Their Rice picks in particular have very good scores here. Just minimal chokes here and there, other than the fact that maybe there are a couple 200s here and there. But this pick is mainly just jump stream at a faster pace too.
Yeah, very, very fast pace. This one is, 252 BPM, and I think it's still pretty long. It's 2.5 minutes. It's not really sustained this entire time. You have sections like this where it's just kind of jacks in the in-betweens, but it's definitely, obviously the speed of it is what matters the most.
And apparently still neck and neck. Apparently, it's just accuracy on average is like around 99.9 here, even in this first quarter in. The only thing is that like the lowest being like 99.88 on the side Nico plays here. Oh, actually dropping 200s there apparently.
Yeah, a couple of these weirder bursts maybe catching some of these players out, and actually Victor not doing super well with that transition out either. So Argentina actually going to have a meaty lead a third of the way into the map. And as we see, Nico plays actually dropping quite a decent a bit from the start of the map. All players on Argentina at 99.9 plus Victor dropping again means that Argentina, crazy lead for them halfway in.
Yeah, this is just now like a 5-digit lead. So at things here, yeah, I was gonna say that Able is the all having a very high accuracy, but now tanking with another miss as well. So it's only 3 FCs against 1. And ultimately, I think this is a very solid lead overall. They can afford to have a 1 or 2 misses here from Argentina's side.
Yeah, 1 or 2 is maybe lowballing it by quite a bit. I mean, 30,000 points and a fourth of the map left, and you've seen how comfortable all these players on Argentina are. Victor just seems to find a drop anytime they get some semblance of a combo, and with a Brill dropping as well, the only FC being on Nico plays, it's going to be tough to make a comeback. I mean, with a Brill dropping yet again, that lead extends to about 35,000 points. Map is trying to close out, and finally we see some life from Argentina. Big dominant win.
Miss there.
You know, 2 misses from Attack Mess to kind of sully the score, and another miss to sully the score from Galepsio. But you can't deny this is a very insane team score from Argentina, all hiccups included.
Yeah, this is the only one that is the V1SS here. This is a much needed crucial win there for Argentina, because otherwise it would have been spelled their doom here. But they're still 3 points down. Spain has that one last long note pick to make, and I think it's gonna be that, or they're gonna have to pick anything else that if they are not comfortable with that last long note pick.
Yeah, I can't really envision them picking something like Hybrid 3 at the moment. It just feels a little bit too risky knowing how that map is. But LN3, however, feels really good, in my mind at least. And
there you go.
They're gonna bite the bullet. I mean, they've done so well on LNs where they've probably won by something like a 20,000 point average across all 3 maps so far. So, I mean, while the hand is hot, might as well finish out the slots, and Spain completing the LN quadfecta by picking LN3.
While this is the most sensible pick to make, what if you are this huge at this huge advantage from Spain, this is where it gets dangerous, because this is the one of the easier long note picks to act. And Argentina has been shown through and through that they have been fondly quite solid on the straightforward long note picks. It's just a matter of fact that if they can able to overtake their accuracy and not missing so much, this might actually be in Argentina's favor.
And I can totally see that, considering as this is most akin to the hybrid that Argentina won, which is very, very important. You know, a lot of this map's difficulty features shields. And what had happened on Hybrid 2 was that Victor just had, I think, 8 total misses or something like that on the shields, and that was through and throughout the map. You know, repeated misses, very spaced out, very even, and that led to Spain losing by quite the margin on Hybrid 2. So yes, it is a long known map, but when you take into account the shieldy nature of it, you have to wonder if Argentina don't feel too doomed on this. There is a reason why Spain chose this last, and you know, maybe we'll see those reasons come to fruition on this map, as Avril and Victor really do need to hold on to the combo.
Bear in mind, Argentina has to win 3 straight picks, and they have to make a break point out of this, and then win the next 2. this is a crucial one for Argentina. Otherwise, they are being knocked out of the tournament if this doesn't work.
Yep, tournament life on the line for Argentina here as we finally get into it. Planet Shaper, but in the form of LNs. Spain trying to close this out, trying to not let Argentina take any more points. And Argentina doing well so far. We're going to have to see how the rest of the map pans out.
There's a lot of 200s from Seyoung's side apparently, and Nubo is actually tanking now. Seyoung's now dropped to like 99 already, even with the first miss.
Yeah, pretty rough going for Seyoung. Going to take another miss yet again, so it's actually dropping below 99%. Not a sight that you see too often, but the struggle is there. Spain going to have a very big lead. Third way into the map, 20,000 points, and more shields coming through. Seyoung not being able to hang.
Yeah, this is where it now actually a comfortable lead. Although Victor, oh my god, that's a very dirty chain of sequence of misses there. Now dropping just almost under Seyoung here, but Seyoung already missed now. But Nubo is now the second person to drop here on the Argentinian side.
And so with Agugex unfortunately missing in Seyoung yet again. No more combo on the side of Argentina. They're left picking up the pieces. 2 more misses from each player. And Ime and Abril, I mean, we talked about them being kind of those superstars players on LN for Spain. And superstars they are as they flex their FCs at the moment. Spain having the biggest lead that we've seen. Agugex missing yet again. Just Argentina not having the best of time on these shields. And Spain, it feels like they're going to take it.
Yeah, this wraps up the last song here. The last song for Argentina. Very well fought there to the end of this match here, but unfortunately, this is going to be their swan song there for Argentina, and they're gonna have to say goodbye for this iteration of this World Cup on 4Keys 2025. Spain, we're gonna have to face their next opponent here for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and very well played as the song dies down. Very, very good match from the both of them. Argentina trying their best, but unfortunately falling flat in the end through the LN dominance of Spain, plus a couple of break points. And so Spain is going to take it. Seed number 15. They are moving on in the losers bracket to fight the winner of Peru versus the Netherlands, which coincidentally is actually going to be the next match in about 30 minutes here if we look at the schedule. But that is very much so a GG well played. I mean, Argentina in this tournament, very crazy. The fact that they started off with a big upset 5-1 versus 12-seeded Japan, they should be proud of this tournament in general.
Yeah, that is on their own highlight apparently. So, I guess that even then, Argentina has their own hype moments about that particular match. I think when I commentated with Potassium with that particular match against Japan, it was that one particular moment that I feel Argentina has a much bigger chance to win on. I guess even advancing through further rounds, but they eventually got shut down there by Spain, which is apparently the more dominant team for this particular matchup. And yeah, Spain has to win their next match in order to get advanced to the semifinals, but they're gonna have to be waiting for the next opponent here.
Yeah, we're gonna give you guys about a 30-minute break. I'm gonna take this break because I'm I have a bit of a hangover. But Mifa, you know what you can hang over your profile to give it a little bit more of a pop? Banners. Yeah, do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Then if you did not know, that banners are now available on the OSU store right now, so apparently you can go check to the OSU store and you can see there are those lovely team banners there. Apparently all 32 of them, if you would like to recall all these 32 teams that are competing up until the knockout stages here. So, if you can purchase those banners, team banners here, you can even hang it on their profile, and even you can stack them. And you can purchase multiple banners at the same time as well. So your profile picture is gonna look like something like along the lines of like Star Wars kind of thing, 32 Ts that are you can keep scrolling down to maybe annoy your annoy your friends or something along those lines. And you can even keep that team banner if your favorite team happens to win in this iteration of 4K World Cup. So it's a really good thing to have, especially with those bragging rights and here now and then. So yeah, support your favorite teams and support as well for the winning the prize pool as well.
Exactly. Support your team. Support all of your favorite teams. Support one of your favorite teams multiple times, or multiple of your favorite teams multiple times. It costs less than a month of supporter, and it helps out not only to show off that you support your teams, but rather it helps out the tournament scene as well in general, supports the game you love. So very much so, check out the banners if you can. But I mean, as I said, that's gotta do it for us for now. We hope you guys enjoyed this match. In 25 minutes, we're gonna get another loser bracket match in Peru versus Netherlands. So sit tight till then, and we'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, this has been Mipa and Dynascape. We'll be signing off.
喉を締め付け乾いた季節思いにふけるノリに浮かぶ思い出の雪再会を予期してた That's sweet memory 待つことに慣れすぎて痛みさえ感じないの麻痺してるこだめてる刺激が太陽がまた求めてる視界ゼロの中あなたと繋いだ手のぬくもりが恋しくて堂々と降り積もる雪にそっと手を伸ばして白闇を愛せるよりマイナスの世界で踊り続ける遠く意識に悪魔の手招きホワイトアウトお揃いだった頃の顔に捨てられついる黒のコーポも頭の中ももう真っ白で愛にしもういくの愛にし伝えたいあなた好みの服を着てあなた好みの趣味始めてあなた好みの日常で溢れているかなさよなら言わないで視界ゼロの中あなたと繋いだ手のぬくもりが恋しくてとうとうと降り積もる雪にその手を伸ばして白闇を愛せるよりマイナスの世界で踊り続ける一度の望みをかき消すノイズと遠く意識に悪魔の手招きホワイトアウト
where this is going to be the last match of today. Effectively, and honestly, we're in for a very good one today. Last round stats went, both of them picked. An unpredictable one. Yet again, as always, I'm hoping for a tiebreaker. Nightcore, how are you doing?
I am doing on their boxing gloves. Going to be duking it out in this very interesting quarterfinals match. At these seedings as well, looks like they both.
Peru did have somewhat of on quite a few teams actually. The hybrid one, a lot of teams doing much better on than any of the other hybrids or LNs, and Peru managing to get seed 4 on that, whereas yeah, though they're kind of going to be playing into the same things. So performance, maybe a hybrid one ban, but
Definitely have the tools in their shed to pretty much to see how they do transition.
I forgot we have. If things don't go that.
They're like Shoyer and Toxic Scent, who are pretty much the LN4 ban as well, going to be banned. And just looking off how Netflix as well.
See, I just don't know, right? Because last round, both teams on the rice maps were with. That could come down to one miss, or even just a few accuracy drops, right? There's not really much to go off here. You can't just say, this team is going to perform better in this area, and this team is going to perform worse. This is very unpredictable. We do see an LN 1 ban. This is... I was actually going to say maybe another LN ban. So yeah, LN 1. I guess both teams want to avoid LN this match, but...
Yeah, are pretty cloudy. I think just because one, well, not even a sprint, a marathon, and it's just going to be whoever gets that late start, gets that bit of fatigue, gets that rush a small bit, and it's going to be who comes out victorious in the finish line at the end. And it looks like Peru is going to be going for their first pick as well.
Rice 7, so protecting the LN 3, but not opting to pick into LN. We're going straight into the Rice map pool. And if all things go well for Peru here, then... I mean, maybe Peru gonna pick into more Rice, but yet again... 6, Rice 5 maybe, but outside indication as to how
Interesting match for the Jacks, the poly reverse.
this map contains everything. These nasty misses, drop a lot of accuracy, and ultimately give a lot of lead over, because in such a short map, one miss depends on how bad the miss is, how many 50s you find, 200s right after it. A lot can go wrong very quickly in a map like this, and adding on top of that the length of the map, of course, this could be a while. In this map, if we see two be within only a couple thousand points.
Again, as you said,
Yeah, the pick of the match, and probably a very important one at that, considering that if Peru don't win this point, then they're giving a break point towards Netherlands very early, and this is a very risky pick, I would say, considering how chokeable this map is. I don't think this map is super stamina intensive, but it definitely has some awkward patterns that if you're not prepared, if you're not ready,
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another small little block for the Osumania 4K World Cup 2025 quarterfinals. Here we have one of the headliner matches, seed number 1 China, number 8 Canada in the winners bracket. My name is Dynascape, and with me today or night is the shine in my sun, the apple of my eye, everyone's favorite sun apple, my dastardly duo. How are we feeling?
Hello, my dearest Dynascape. I'm doing really well. It is later for me, so it is nice. Excited to see China versus Canada, since this is a match that I've been really excited for. I have not seen China play yet, so this will be my first time.
I mean, I haven't seen China play yet either, but what's funny is that at least I think this is either one of the first times, if not the first time, that there are two teams that we covered getting in. If you guys didn't know, Sonapple and I, along with the Case and Norman Player, do the MWC recaps. Interested in that, do make sure to check that out because we put a lot of effort into it, and I think you'll like the one that's coming out.
Alright, sorry about that. My mic seemed to have some sort of issue. But yeah, we put a lot of effort into it. I believe the last one for round of 16 came out just recently, so be sure to watch that. But with that being said, it's looking like bans and protects are happening. I'm not too sure what China is really going to pick, because I think they have a lot of options here. I mean, they're really strong on the rights, but I mean, Canada has been doing really well so far in the tournament on that as well.
Yeah, I would say, and they do end up opting to protect for LN1. I do think that is the right choice when it comes to rice, and they also scale very well when it comes to that. Not too far behind China in terms of how they scored on the round of 16, obviously, with a little quarter. See how each of them do, but Sawdust Inhaler, Canada's team captain, going to come out with protect. So that's actually an LN3 protect. We have double LN protect, something you don't see very often. Now we get to see each of.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see. I feel like I hardly ever see it. And also a Hybrid 3 band coming out. I think it's been pretty popular in the tournament so far, that this specific Hybrid 3, maybe it's just way too technical for some of these teams, especially in this quarterfinal stage where accuracy matters. And I feel like instead of a LN, a lot of people have been opting to ban the Hybrid 3, which sort of LN, so I'd assume a Rice, and it looks like it's Rice 4, maybe not wanting to opt for that really high accuracy.
Yeah, I think you are correct in saying that Hybrid 3, I think we have seen a lot of ban representation. Hybrid 3 throughout this tournament has been a very tricky slot for people to deal with, and China opting for any of that. Some absolutely disgusting scores throughout this weekend from not unexpected teams, but from not top teams. A lot of teams just have a very strong core jack core, it seems, and China, hoping Canada isn't one of those, doesn't want to really deal with it. So they're going to get first pick now. Reminder that they did protect an LN and ban a Rice. So does that mean they're going to go with an LN? Yes, it does. They're going straight for Canada's on Apple.
That is crazy. I don't know how Canada is feeling at this point. I think LN3 is pretty interesting, pretty awkward, I'd say. I think a lot of teams have been really struggling on this one, taking a lot of misses. I know in the last match that I watched, basically the whole lobby was struggling, but this is a winner's bracket match, so I am interested to see. They're really good at keeping combo.
Yeah, this is some of them very bursty as well, so I think if China can secure this map in particular, it'll bode well, not necessarily and translate really well into some of the other islands, but I think for some of the hybrids is what I'm really looking at. And especially the fact that Canada had banned Hybrid 3, if China point convincingly, Hybrid 1 and 2 might be really good options, and of course their Protect in LN1. So China gonna field Parasol Tree, Wom, and Captain Foa Melt 1. Canada gonna have their own Captain. Entirety, or the entirety of the match, just gonna refer to them as Tonk, and they're gonna have Verdun as their third slot as well.
Yeah, I do wonder if it was a part of China's game plan to pick LN3 from the start, and that is why they picked it even though it was Canada's Protect. Because very often I feel, especially on first points, players or teams just refuse to pick a opponent ban. And I mean, it's been happening more often than I think expected in this tournament, but I think as a first pick is very bold.
Bold indeed. But to be fair, China definitely one of the best performers on LNs from last week. If you take a look at LN3 from last week, Anti-Safety Zone, they only would have lost out to United States. Granted, not a lot of teams played it, but definitely one of their strongest kind of categories in that, the wild cardy slot for LN. So some good confidence going in from China, especially when you account for the fact that they picked their own opponent's Protect. Gotta see how this turns out.
Yeah, and it definitely does have to turn out pretty well for China, since you do not want to be down a break point against Canada at this moment. I feel like these teams are pretty, not necessarily too similar in terms of their scores in the last round, but I mean, the difficulty has stepped up enough, and I think Canada really scales in this later game as we go further and further.
Yeah, and pretty good start as the well, but we'll have to see how the rest of the map pans out for them. It starts to get a little bit faster now, and with this BPM increase, everyone seems to be doing just fine. Very dense section, Tonk first to miss, and a great one at that.
Yeah, it is traded out by Wolin, but I mean, as you said, very devastating. Wolin only took a bit of an accuracy drop, whereas Tonk seemed to take a lot of 200s as well as a few 50s, and this will most likely stay around the same range unless a very big thing happens to Canada. I would suspect a few 200s will increase it slightly, but I don't think that'll be really too big.
First and second positions for China and Canada, at least on the side of China, it's looking great. 299.8, well, with that one miss, still at a 99.6 in contrast to the man Tonk's 2 misses and 99.2. Means that China has a quite comfortable lead. Going to need multiple drops here as we get into this back half for Canada to make any semblance of a comeback.
Yeah, and Verdun taking a break at this point is kind of devastating. Keep in mind, this last quarter of the map is not really too difficult, and at the 60k point lead, it's going to be very hard for Canada to come back from. Luckily, this is China's pick, so it isn't too big of a deal, but I mean, losing your Protect by 20k points is kind of absurd, kind of devastating, especially as a first pick.
Definitely devastating. I mean, you gotta think, this was Canada's Protect. This is with the map that they felt most comfortable beating China on, and to see it pan out like this with China having a 20,000 point win, the map's gonna wind down, but there is no more difficulty left. What a strong start from China. We called it Aura, and Aura it was, as they pull off the greatest of power moves, winning on Canada's Protect on their first pick.
Yeah, also it is funny to see Parasol Tree and Full Melt having very similar scores, just showing that this team has a really strong core, since they are both top scoring in the lobby with it.
And as we size up the scores, 2 V1SSs from Parasol and Melt, 350s from Wom, but that is so disgusting of a team score. 990 average on a map like this is very much insane. Sawdust Inhaler, great score as well with a 992, but it just was not enough. Verdon and Tonk having a couple misses leading to Canada losing again by about 20,000 points. And Canada is up next, but they've got to be scrambling. They still have to be reeling from a hit like this.
Yeah, it is also crazy looking at Williams' score. I mean, they took 350s, but that was all in one section. So I can't imagine how their LN1 or LN2 is going to be, considering those two are a bit easier than LN3 is in terms of like its density and being able to combo it. But now it's Canada's pick. Would assume that we'd probably go to Rice. Which type of rice, it is still up in the air. I would most likely see something more simple. Maybe you want to go for the speed aspect. I know Canada's been very, very comfortable on this rice one throughout the tournament, so I would probably say that's a pretty good option for them.
They do seem like good options. I know they had the rice 4 ban from China. I want to say Canada might want to delve into rice sooner rather than later, because on the LNs, such a good core in Melt and Warm and Parasol Tree as well. I mean, those three, if they didn't have that miss, it probably would have been a triple 990k, which is not something a lot of teams could say that they have on Planet Shaper. And yes, they are going to go for Rice 3. They're going to go for Romanesque Romancia. This is a good pick. I think this is a good starter pick for them. Stamina pick, maybe get a little warmed up and hope that they can out-ratio the 3 Chinese players that they have up. And I think it's very possible.
Yeah, dipping your toes into the rice pool in general, I think Canada probably feels very comfortable in this, as well as if China do take. I think that's something that Canada kind of has to rely on, considering how a lot of time for that to happen.
Exactly, a lot of time to make up for if you. But hopefully, if this is Canada's pick, you want to see triple. I don't know if lower seeded teams like already put up a really good score on Planet Shaper. And overtake them by a.
I need to mention Argentina and Peru being lower seeded teams on rice specifically, since I feel like they're seeds.
Just goes to show how far some of these, how well even lower seeded in quotation marks seeded teams can play. They always have like one category that they're just amazing in every category. Stamina jump stream being one of them. So as we start out here, just starting to get up to the combo cap, and all players around that 99.9 mark. It's just that woman down next of the cast.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see this lead slightly growing in terms of China, just because their accuracies are. This lead won't be growing too quickly, I'd say, just because it's very, very hard to be able to breaks, just because they're so good at this kind of difficulty. And I mean, we're actually seeing this 3-digit range. It could go either way. It's literally based off of 300s alone.
one team with like that first and third position, and then they also have the player that's performing, I guess technically the that is going to be Parasol Tree with 99.85, but not too far behind two players on Canada. So I think China still has a little bit of a lead. Just is matching Sawdust Inhaler, but Donex above everyone else with a 99.96 is absolutely insane. 1,000 because, I mean, at this stage, you might be allowed to drop a slew of 300s or even, but no, China is growing that lead about 2,000 points now. Nemesis taking a break and a lot of 200s with it. Very unfortunate drop. More streamy section, you see just how excruciating this map is in terms of.
When taking 200s will swing lead, taking a break itself is going to be absolutely devastating. We've seen that lead swing up from a 3-digit range. Donex still holding strong alongside WOM, but Canada needs to find something to break through China at this moment, and it comes out right now. Donex taking a break. Is it going to be enough, though? I think Canada or China's accuracy
Is enough. Yes, Donex did break, but they were the highest performing person. All things settle. It's about 2,000 points for China. The map is trying to a lot of jacks to end it off, but it seems like no. China has staved off Canada if they can get through this last and final section. 2,500 points. Parasol Tree and WOM trying their best, trying to get that double FC. And as the last note is played, we do see that China will run away with it. There was a trade of 1 miss to 1, but in the end, China just had the better accuracy.
Yeah, and I mean, we said that Nemesis actually dropped a lot, and they dropped maybe 2 bad judgments in that one break, which is just absolutely absurd to see how big a lead can swing just on these kind of maps.
Gotta shout out Sawdust Inhaler for almost matching WOM 998s for each of them, and for Donex to get a 993 with 1,201 misses, also crazy. Parasol Tree putting up a good supporting score. China going to be up 2-0. Pineapple, there's a reason why they are seed number 1, and they're showing it here. 2 very crazy team performances on each of the maps that we've seen so far, and they're gonna have the next pick. Do they want to go for their Protect in LN1? They still have LN2 and 4 as well, so really pick of the litter here as China seem very comfortable on the bottom half of this map pool.
Yeah, and they do pick LN1. I definitely think it's a good idea, considering that she did really, really well in Planet Shaper on not only accuracy on combo. I think Golden Ray is pretty good for this team. It's probably the most closely related to Planet Shaper, and I don't know. I feel like the other two, it's about the same, but yeah, I guess we'll be seeing China probably swap in, maybe not having Donex since they did not play the last LN map this time.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Boa Melt on LN3, and they did pretty well, all things considered. They got a 993, which was almost top score on Planet Shaper, just losing out to Parasol Tree by like 2 300s. So it's a little surprising to see Don X in here, but I mean, definitely a big change in the type of LNs that you're playing. You know, right now you're in the coordination section, so you're gonna see Sawdust Taylor and Verdon, 2 players that we saw on LN3 for Canada. But are we gonna see Tonk in for them as well? Because that was their 3rd man. We do see Nemesis instead.
To see that Nemesis didn't play the first map compared to this one. Maybe Tonk just feels a lot more comfortable on Planet Verdun and Sawdust Inhaler just throughout the entire match, since they are kind of the core, especially Sawdust Inhaler being kind of the top player for Canada in this tournament.
And so Foamelt is actually going to come in for China, so we are getting that same superstar roster that we've seen throughout LN picks. And on Golden Ray, this is another one of the longer maps for LN. It's over 3 minutes long. I think overall a lot of the LNs are actually over 3 minutes long. So yeah, I mean, yes, actually everything but LN 1 or no, this is
Nope,
LN1.
not LN1. Probably
I am
LN2.
going
Probably
crazy. Yes,
LN2.
LN2. Everything but LN2 is over 3 minutes. So you kind of have to have that consistency that is needed. Even though you are playing a very interesting category where it's very release heavy, you have a lot of multi-lane, inverse jacks. There's a lot to handle on a map like this, and the fact that you're doing it for 3 minutes just means that you have to be all the more consistent.
Yeah, definitely exhausts your LN team a lot, having so many long maps. And especially since China doesn't really rotate out too many players, I would say. It's not too great for them, but I mean, swapping in between Rice and LN is very, very different, so it doesn't really exhaust them too much. But starting off, we're about a quarter of the way through already, seeing a slight lead for China. It's very minor since we haven't seen too much of the map. It's basically on accuracy alone at this point.
Very much so. Accuracy bias towards China at the moment. I mean, you see Foamelt with a 99.86, very much so above anyone else in the lobby. Parasultry and Wom are clinging on very hard. I think they're doing well to match the first and second positions on Canada of Sawdust, Inhaler, and Verdon. But Nemesis unfortunately falling a little bit behind in terms of accuracy. 99.59 just is not up to snuff, and China's gonna take that lead, 4,500 points even.
Yeah, I think the difference between Foamelt and Nemesis at this point is really the big reason why China has such a big lead at 5k. Without any misses happening at this point, China has the opportunity where they can take a miss and they'll most likely survive through with just their accuracy alone. Just because Parasultry and Willem are able to hold off Sawdust, Inhaler, and Burrow.
Yeah, Nemesis finally taking a drop, and it is traded out by Wom, so 1-1 on each side in terms of misses. For China overall, I feel, Wom did have a pretty dirty break, but we've seen this map where Wom does kind of have that accuracy to recover. Just has kind of stayed stagnant on 99.5. So yes, you'll see Wom climb up into a 99.6 after having a pretty big accuracy drop, and we have a little bit of a break here in the map before we get into that final section where it gets very, very dense.
Yeah, I do think Foamelt's accuracy lead just throughout this entire lobby being at least a 0.10 of a percentage difference there has been really, really helping China at this point. This 3k lead, it has shrunk since the start, so a miss can still screw up China. We're seeing it right now. We have a sliver of the map left, and it is still a decent amount since this map's density just never ends. And instead, Nemesis is going to be the one to miss, and that kind of marks the end for Canada here. China will go up 3-0 in this match.
Very unfortunate drop from Nemesis, and 8,000 points is actually, when you think about it, quite a win for China. They really didn't have too much breathing room throughout that 994.8 and that 992.6. That was essentially needed for China to take the maps too much. I mean, we saw them beat out Canada by a lot, but on Planet Shaper, but on their protective LN1, it was
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Canada's pick pretty close, so I would assume they probably go towards that Canada side. Maybe wanted to go that a lot of teams have been really struggling on in terms of combo, so that could playing an accuracy war against China.
Yeah, I don't think the accuracy war worked out in Canada's favor. 5, 6, and 7 all seem like decent choices. The breaks on as well as Rice 6. So I think either of those might be a little bit bottom half of the Rice section, and yes, they are going to go for Toki.
Kind of interesting to see. I definitely can understand that this map is so a lot of room for error. And this map builds up more and more. It's very similar to Fireball, I believe, was a map from last year, where it's kind of skewed towards the end.
I think Canada is probably going for that angle where it's like they're not necessarily going for a clean accuracy win. It's really just try to pick the map that makes China in this map, and the increased density as time goes on catches someone out on China, and Canada can maybe triple FC it and just maybe not have the best accuracy on it, but have the better combo on it.
Yeah, but we'll just have to see how it goes, honestly. I feel like for Canada, at this point, you're kind of on the back foot. China needs to win at least 2 break points against you to win and not get swept, and sweep. So you still have a lot of opportunity to at least take 1 point and maybe form some sort of comeback, since China has quite a bit of a lead at this point. But, I mean, we'll just have to see in Toki, Rice 7.
Main focus of this map obviously being those 2-column jacks alongside the weird polyrhythms that you have to play around, and it's just it really is just a mess in best of ways. It gets so hectic, not only at the start, but it's just as the fact that it ramps up as the song goes on. It's just towards the end, expect to see a lot of accuracy drops.
Yeah, I think for this chart, things are probably going to be very chill. I guess not really chill, but like it's going to be extremely close. We will probably see this lead be swinging constantly over and over, and it's going to be like this for most of the map. We are already halfway through, so the map has honestly blinked just immediately.
Yeah, and as you said, not a lot of room for error. One miss from any one person could potentially mean the end of your run on this map, and could potentially mean that your team loses out. And as Canada loses out on some accuracy through the power of a couple of 200s, China is going to take what little they can, about 4,000 points of a lead. You do see this little streak. Dense part of it, China trying to hold on as much as they can. Their spirits, unfortunately, Full Melt finds a big drop in accuracy, and map is closing out already. Canada up by 3,000 points. If anyone breaks, it's over. But Canada, are they gonna stand strong? Yes, they are. Huge drop from Full Melt in the middle of the map, and it wasn't even a break. It was just 11 200s that made China lose that point.
Yeah, and that's just how Toki always is. It's basically who can get the least amount of 200s at the end of that map, or just whoever breaks first.
So Canada actually winning out in terms of accuracy big time. I mean, Woman, Sawdust, and Halo are essentially hand in hand. Same thing with Pure Sultry and Nemesis. It's just the third player on each of their teams. Tonk and Full Melt. Tonk able to minimize the 200s with two 200s. They did have two 100s, but Full Melt more importantly had 11 200s, and China Unfortunately, gonna lose out on that point. Canada getting their own pick, finally able to break into this match, but China is up next to pick, and boy, do they have some choices. They have LN2, they have LN4.
Yeah, I do think it is still interesting at this point. Canada honestly still has some room to be able to come out and take another break point. I mean, they honestly, I think Fake is a pretty interesting map for China. I don't think it's necessarily the easiest to be able to stay consistent on, especially since I think this is probably where Canada shines the most.
Yeah, it feels kind of it, you know, it has that big physicality factor to where you think that Canada might have some sort of advantage. And three have gone. Canada hasn't had the best third man on each of those maps. You know, Tonk had a 976 on Planet Shaper, and then also on Golden Ray, which was China's Protect. Nemesis had a 979. So you really look towards that lower edge of both teams, and you see that China just has that big disparity. You know, it really doesn't matter because where the margins
Alongside that third man from Canada and how well Full Amount has been doing. I think Parasol Tree was doing really well on Rice or LN3, but I mean, they seem to struggle a bit more on LN1. But Full Amount has been very
has that perfect storm of weird release difficulty, but dumpy. So you know, you do gotta move. Looking to get 3-4-3 on the LN maps. Not only that, push up to 4-1 against Canada. This is a big point.
Yeah, but Alright, hello, and I'm here to cast the second match of the weekend. There are 2 other matches going on, but we will be highlighting Taiwan versus Japan. As I said earlier, I am Apple, and I'm not alone. I'm here joined by Eliminate. Eliminate, do you want to introduce yourself?
I would sure love to. This match. Yes, I am Eliminate. Thank you so much for the intro, Apple. This match, Taiwan versus Japan, seed 18 versus 12. The seedings kind of do the talking themselves here. Just by comparing the round of 16 stats against both of these teams, I think it's going to be a close one. Taiwan being Japan getting a good hybrid score, and Rice not really touched by either team here. So if Taiwan maybe don't want to pick LN against Japan or Japan hybrid, then one of these teams are most likely going to opt into the Rice, in which case we could be getting a dice roll of a instance. Let's see a tiebreaker. If there's a match to do it, it's going to be this one. So let's see it.
Probably be something that goes to tiebreaker. I mean, not only are their seedings really close, we were talking about it earlier, they are... I believe you said that Taiwan really wants to go for the hybrid, or hybrids and LNs, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually played hybrid and LN in round of 16, and their seedings going out of belief. Whereas Japan, they got a really high seed in hybrid 1 last week. They got seed 2 on hybrid 1. LN1, I think it was. Sorry, LN2, and they got seed 8 on LN2. And other this hybrid 1 seeding is gonna showcase pick into Rice.
Protect from Taiwan, so interesting to see that they really want to play that really awkward LN for Taiwan. Maybe just really wanting to catch out Japan, because I think that map really punishes players who aren't not having the best ability.
Yeah, hybrid 3 coming out as a ban. Now Taiwan, were they? Oh, okay, just immediately race 4 bans. So I think our predictions are probably going to be correct here. Japan maybe going to be maybe a hybrid if they feel like it. Taiwan most likely going to opt for the LN side of things. This is very to see this back and forth between Rice and LN. And hybrid is kind of just that middle ground where if you need to play it on one certain map, then you play it as well. But Taiwan,
yeah, this is definitely understandable for Taiwan wanting to play something a bit simpler. Just I think this would probably work pretty well for them. This map is decently long, so swinging in the match itself, or in the map itself.
where there's a lot of time for things to determine how difficult a map is going to be, especially in this case. I feel like but overall, I think it's a pretty strong pick for Taiwan. Fight on this, then Taiwan might have to reconsider the next pick a little bit, but overall, I mean, LN2, much different than the LN1. That should be pretty safe considering how Japan did on LN2 last week as well. But we'll see. Need to get to this pick first, obviously, before Japan have their chance to pick.
Yeah, I do like how you mentioned how this So I think that if Japan is able to actually take this, it doesn't necessarily mean that Taiwan isn't going to be able to win the other 3 LN maps that are open. As well as, I mean, Hybrid 1, we did see Taiwan do really, really well, as you said, and that's always a pretty good option for them.
And also looking more into the fact though, because this is the taking into account how good maybe their accuracy or ratio is, it could actually show how good they can perform on the other LN map. Ratio and accuracy does transfer to some extent. So whether you're playing release or density, your ratio isn't going to be affected that much when we're comparing both. I would be a bit worried for one of these teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree. See how it goes on now. We been able to load into the lobby, luckily.
Oh yeah, we definitely had issues before. People disconnecting quite a way through the map, people lagging out, people having keyboard issues. These things happen. Hopefully we won't see any of that in this match. Let's keep it as clean as possible. Japan with the very slight accuracy leading out with the intro, but does seem to lose it quite quickly right as I say that. But still not much to be seen. The score is going to keep flickering back and forth between these two teams for as long as it takes until we get to the Ki.
Yeah, it seems like Jackie probably got a few either just regular 300s or like a 200 at the start, and that was the reason why Taiwan didn't have the lead at the start. But they've been able to bring it up and are actually higher than Suzura, and their lead, I think, is there since Veloce and Shinsei have really, really good accuracies right now.
Oh, but right as you say that, Jackie, I think, drops. Oh, also finds a miss. Well, that's going to be the first miss of the match, and we're already just about halfway through the map. There is still plenty of time, still about 2 minutes of map left to go, but getting such a big lead to Japan already, 6,000 points. I think it might be recoverable as long as they really focus on their accuracy here, but Japan, we're going to need to see a miss if they want to take back the lead.
Yeah,
That's going to be detrimental.
Yeah, we'll need to see a miss, or we need to see Jackie bring up their accuracy since they are the lowest in the lobby right now by a decent margin, by 2.25 so we need to see something. We need to see them once again have to climb up constantly just to bring it up. But Shinsei taking a break.
Shisei, the second miss on the Taiwan side, and things are not looking too good. Jackie with another miss as well. Really just Veloce hanging on here for the Taiwanese side, and Japan holding on to that triple FC going into the last quarter of the map. But this is where the most difficult part of the map is still to come. And it's only a quarter map left to go with 17,000 points. Now, we did see 3 misses, and we see 6,000 points increase for each of those misses towards Japan. And Japan is looking like they're going to take their first break point of this match in the back of these chokes from Taiwan. But there is still the outro.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance for a full combo reset from Japan, especially in this outro where it just gets harder and harder, but I mean, it's not looking like that's going to happen. Japan's just looking so strong at this point. Their accuracies are insane as well. Very, very consistent all around.
And as long as they can hold on, which it looks like they will, Japan going to take the first break point of this lobby and the first point overall. Japan 13,000 point lead, 1-0 breakpoint acquired, and it's now their own pick. And oh my, Veloce with the V1 double S. You don't see that every day on an LN1.
Yeah, we did see Suzura miss just barely at the end, so no three-way FC for Japan, but still very, very impressive team score from them.
Yeah, and the 200 count as well from Taiwan, I do think actually beat Japan. So it really came down to those misses there, and even if neither team had found misses, I still think the score difference would have been maybe only 1,000 or 2,000 points. I mean, that was really, really close. Taiwan, Alan 1, maybe not looking like the best pick now in hindsight. But do they keep picking into LN? I think they do. Because their performance on that, their ratio was good, their accuracy was good. They just need to try get that combo. That's really where they're lacking right now. Japan looking to possibly exploit that weakness for as long as possible. As long as Taiwan find these misses and Japan find these FCs, they'll be taking these points. Left, right, center. They're going to keep doing it and doing it until they win this match. So Taiwan need to lock in on this next pick.
Yeah, but it's going to be Japan's pick at this point, and I assume we're probably going to go into Rice. I'm not too sure what Japan would prefer. Maybe something a bit simpler just to start off the match. We can go into the speed map of Rice 1, or we actually will be going into the more, I believe this is the like faster jump stream map.
I love this song. Area Belize does not miss. Very good artist. This map, 3.5 minutes yet again. Playing the longer maps of the pool first, which, I mean, sure, get them out the way, right? But there's a lot of nerves to be had, and Japan maybe playing off that adrenaline they had from that LN1. If they can take this point, I think things are definitely looking really good for Japan. So Taiwan, I mean, as long as they get combo, I believe in them, you know? But if both teams find these triple FCs, then it's super unpredictable, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely true. I will say, looking at this map compared to last week's map pool, this is pretty similar to the Rice 2. It's just barely a bit faster. The main thing is that it is slightly longer. I think it's like a minute longer. So, just looking at the past, if either of these teams, I feel like either of these teams have at least a bit of information if they had played this in the past.
Yeah, and this is a really good showing of how these teams can play on the Rice, because Rice 3 obviously going to be somewhat of a basic map, right? This is going to be consistency. So seeing how a team or even just an individual player can perform on this can indicate what maybe you're going to, what you're not going to pick into next, right? Because obviously a map like this, if someone is maybe struggling on the consistency side of things, then you'll maybe want to pick into maybe the shorter Rice maps. Whereas if your opponents are struggling, then you want to keep picking maps like this, you know? So there's a lot to be had in a map like this, and a lot to be shown. But whether Taiwan can take back that breakpoint is yet to be seen.
Yeah, I do think a good thing about Taiwan is that they have a really, really strong player in Village to be able to keep like straight, but we're actually seeing a very early draw from Alec. So maybe it won't mean all that much because Japan's going to just have this pretty big lead at the start.
I mean, the good news is, could have missed later in the map, which would have cost a lot more. So only in the first 200 combo isn't as bad, but look at the accuracy from all these players in Japan. 9.95, 9.94 respectively for Ice Cake and Nat 23, whereas on the Taiwan side of things, you only have Veloce above 99.9% right now, and Alec trying to gain back the accuracy, but I think, yeah, he's lost way too much from that intro. This is going to be a tough 8,000 points to get back.
Yeah, it seems like that really early miss was also very, very dirty. Probably found like a 50 or a few 200s. And that's the main reason why this lead is so strong. Normally, early misses don't mean too much just because you don't get to that 400 combo cap to be able to have maximum scores from your keys. But alongside that really dirty drop, it's just not enough right now.
Yeah, and you know, even saying that, the score is still increasing for Japan here. I think just Taiwan, we're seeing a lot of accuracy drops, and Jackie has, you know, down to 99.85%, whereas Ice Cake and Nat 23 still holding above 99.9. Veloce trying their damnedest to keep the team in it, but still the lead is just increasing and increasing. This went from 12,000 points, sorry, 6,000 points to 12,000 points, and this is off no misses. This is just accuracy alone, because Alec obviously did find that miss at the very start, but nothing else has happened. This is just accuracy, consistency, ratio. And with the score lead still improving like this, Taiwan are really gonna have to hope for a miracle here. That 6,000 point deficit from the intro looking like it's gonna come back to haunt them potentially. That's whether or not Japan find a choke.
Yeah, and we get to this last quarter. This lead has been keeping still at this point. It is still at the 12K. So we'll need to see at least 2 misses from Japan. Hopefully they will be on 2 different players, but I mean, it'll be have to be at some point, and it's not looking like that's gonna happen once again. Maybe we'll be seeing Japan not really three-way full combo again, but maybe we'll see them 3-way full combo for the first time in the match.
I guess we could say LN1 was a 3-way full combo. It was right at the very end, but it does look like Japan's going to do it. And Taiwan, I mean, they would have done it if Alec had not found that very unfortunate drop right at the very start, but there is still this last section to go. And it seems like everyone is going to hit it. That is I'm gonna say it was a 6-way FC, right? Because Alec, it was right at the very start. I mean, cut the guy some slack, right? But 14,000 points, and this is really just a total accuracy difference here. I mean, Alec with the 587 300 count, maybe a little bit of an underperformance there, whereas we see 3 V1 double S's across the board, 2 from Japan, 1 from Taiwan, and really Taiwan got accuracy games there, and that is unlike what we saw on the LN.
Yeah, Japan really just showed off just how strong they are on these rice. And by honestly kind of dominating Taiwan there, it's really, really great for Japan since they have a pretty good option in just picking these simpler rice maps for the next few picks. But now it's time for Taiwan. I will most likely be seeing something in LN. We will be seeing LN too, so a more density map right now being played.
This is exactly what we talked about, right? LN2, the density coming up right after the release, being a lot more of a different style map from LN1. And Taiwan, I think they probably know how winnable the LN1 was, so it doesn't surprise me that they keep going for the LNs. I think this is a must-win point, right? If you lose this point, you're down 0-3, Japan's pick potentially up 4-0, and then they've got 1 point until match point, and that's really, you know, that's a real blink and you miss it kind of thing, you know? It just happens in an instant. So Taiwan, if they want to get their foot back into the door, back into the room, I guess, this is the point to do that on. This is the point that they need to win. This one actually being shorter than the other 2 maps, 2.5 minutes, so also, yeah, again, a blink and you miss it kind of map.
Yeah, especially compared to the other maps in the LN pool. It being 2 minutes and 30 seconds is honestly pretty short. I believe the other 2 are around like 3 minutes. But we will be going into the map right now since everybody seems to be ready. And I really hope that Taiwan will be able to secure this, because I do think it is possible for them to take a breakpoint in some of the more technical rice maps. Since Japan will most likely be taking at least 1 or 2 breaks unless they are just really, really consistent on them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the rice maps are definitely winnable for Taiwan. They just need to hopefully play at their best when the maps are chosen, but it's not going to matter too much if they keep losing their own picks on the LN, since Japan are going to hold on to that 1 breakpoint advantage. So Taiwan, can they take this first point of theirs? We'll have to wait and find out as this map is underway.
Yeah, it'd be really bad if Taiwan takes another breakpoint. And looking at it right now, Jackie taking a very early and dirty miss as well. We're seeing a kind of repeat from the last 2 maps. And Shinsei as well, missing.
2 misses already from Taiwan right out the intro, and this is somewhat similar to what we saw in the LN1 as well, right? Where just finding these random misses that are going to eventually cost them. And once again, Japan built up that 12,000 lead just in the misses alone, and already halfway through the map, Shisei with another miss. I mean, Taiwan, things are looking pretty grim. If they're going to want to take back this score lead, they'll need to FC for the rest of the map. But Jackie with another miss as well. Things are just collapsing falling apart for Taiwan here. Japan still holding on to that triple FC. If this score lead wants to go back, I think all of Japan are going to need to find a miss. Which seems very unlikely because this team is playing really consistent right now.
Yeah, 25k lead. I think even if Japan all miss at the same time, it still won't be enough. I think Japan will need to take at least 4 or 5 at this point, because 25k is just so large, and we have a quarter of the map left. You're talking about how this map ends in a blink of an eye, and I mean, we're already seeing it happen. Taiwan struggling a lot more on this map. Maybe it's the speed, maybe it's just how dense it is.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't say ourselves. We would need to live in the minds of the players, but Shisei and Jackie have worked up that combo yet again, so it seems like it was just the unfortunate misses towards the start or the first half of the map that are going to cost them this point. Japan with the triple FC, Velo still holding on to the FC for Taiwan as well, but 28,000 point lead already built up coming into the outro, and Japan going to take another breakpoint from Taiwan on the LN pool. Taiwan lost 2 breakpoints now, and this has really come down to misses alone.
Yeah, it's really hard for Taiwan as well at this point, since Japan still has quite a few very simple maps to be able to play, and I think that really helps them. I believe they still have Rice 1, Rice 2, and I think those are the simple maps, but also Hybrid 1 is pretty good for them. So they have some pretty easy path to victory at this moment.
Taiwan, if they want to even get back into this game, they now need to win 2 breakpoints, which might be a very tall order considering they have now lost both LNs and the Rice 3. So Taiwan, what do you even pick next? I mean, LN 1 was close. LN 2 could have been close, but one player with a much slower accuracy and then the misses as well. Really, you're just hoping that Japan finds a miss and Taiwan find that triple team FC, but doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. Japan looking way too consistent on this pool so far. But what did they pick? Did they pick into Rice? Maybe a hybrid? They could even exploit LN after winning both the LNs. I feel like Japan's area of expertise has just gotten bigger this match.
Yeah, it really has. It's kind of scary if you are Taiwan at this point, down 2 breakpoints. It's really hard to come back from that, especially from a morale standpoint, since those 2 maps I think were originally in your favor, but especially after a quite dominant LN2, it's really hard to be able to know what to pick. But it's time for Japan to pick, and they are going to go for Rice 5, which is pretty interesting. A very techy map instead of something more simpler. So we're going to be seeing something that hasn't even been shown yet.
Yeah, I want to go back to what you're saying about morale, right? Because a team, the moment that you start to lose your mental, right? Where maybe you're getting a bit frustrated, maybe you're getting annoyed, maybe you're getting upset, whatever. Times like that, we see it time and time again, where teams can fully throw the rest of the match because of it. It's super important that you keep your mind in the game, stay focused, and always believe, that the match is winnable. So Taiwan, hopefully going through that right now, where their minds are still in the game. Don't want to have any issues within the team that are maybe gonna throw them off, distract them or anything. So if Taiwan are still believers, then hey, I am too. I think Taiwan can definitely get back into the game, but it all needs to start here of all maps, unless if it's gonna happen, it would need to be a reverse sweep past this point. So can he do it on the technical map?
It really would have to start here, and I think this may be a chance for Taiwan. We haven't seen Japan being able to 3-way FC basically anything, and I think on these more techy maps, it's a lot harder to do. And if you are able to do it, it's going to be very difficult for Taiwan to be able to make any sort of comeback. But just starting off, we are seeing a slight lead for Taiwan, a really good sign right now. They're actually doing a lot better than we've seen in the past, but we have been basically only seeing a core jack section right now, so now we actually get into some more awkward aspects.
Yeah, these one-hand trolls, or that one-hand troll rather, very nasty, very uncomfortable to play, but all players do get through it with relatively good accuracy. Shirokuma struggling on the Japan side of thing, but matched by Shisei. So overall, this is the difference between Veloce and Nikoro Fanboy. And only 400 points halfway through the map. This is super close between these two teams. And Taiwan, I mean, this is... Oh no, Shisei fighting the first miss. Yeah, again, from Taiwan. Taiwan are the only team finding misses this match. But Japan still a lot of headroom to find a miss. And they do. Shirokuma gonna be the first one to find that miss on the Japan side. Bring the lead back to Taiwan. And even more comfortably now. 2,000 points in favor of Taiwan.
Yeah, I believe Shirokuma found 1 or 2 200s in that, and that is the reason why this lead has been able to swing over to Taiwan. Shisei had a very, very clean miss in that section, and a quarter of the map left. It's looking like Taiwan has some life in them still. Veloce doing really, really well to be able to keep up with Na.
But with how close this score is, I mean, this is still an accuracy game. Gotta be really careful about your 200 count. Don't drop too many 300s either. 2,000 points is nothing to scoff at. Oh, but Nikoro Fanboy actually gonna find another miss in Japan. Now if Taiwan just hold on, I don't think accuracy is really that important anymore. They just need to have those FCs going into the outro, going for the rest of the map. And Shirokuma finding another miss for Japan. I was gonna say, okay, there's too many misses. There's too many misses. It does split Japan. Sorry, Taiwan are gonna take this point. Take the breakpoint back. We see a triple Team FC right at the end from Japan. Oh my, I actually think that could have went either way. There was too much going on, too many misses coming around from each player there, but Jackie, and Veloce managing to hold on, getting those FCs for Taiwan. And I mean, just, oh my, look at the 200 count. Look at the ratios from both teams. This was a super, super close point. And Taiwan, I was going to say they could maybe even pick into more race after them, maybe race 6, but no, they go for LN3. LN1, LN2 hasn't worked, so LN3, maybe this one can.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised they didn't go for Rice 7 or Rice 6. Considering that Jackie definitely seemed like they played really, really well into those more technical maps. And even though Shisei seemed to struggle a bit more towards the end, that's probably just like a bit of a stamina issue and can be overcome a bit just by trying to focus more on combo, since we did see Japan taking a lot more misses. But instead, we'll be seeing this LN, which is very, very interesting. Not my favorite pick.
I'm not so sure myself with LN, considering they have lost both LN1 and LN2. Japan have... I mean, LN1 with the exception of a player missing at the start, but they have basically triple FC'd both LN1 and LN2. So, picking into LN again, Taiwan, I'm not doubting their accuracy capabilities here, but they need to get that combo. Combo is really what they're lacking in right now. If they can get that combo going, then sure, I can see this being a good pick, but with how the matches went so far, this is pretty scary.
Yeah, I think this may be the first time where Japan feels, I guess, a bit scared. I think maybe before they've had a bit of a pedal just by having 2 breakpoints back to back, but taking their first breakpoint maybe makes them realize that they aren't as undefeatable as they think they are.
Yeah, and that's definitely a very good first step for Taiwan here. If they can win this point, then they're definitely back in the game. Japan, after losing on their what was a second race pick, then I think Taiwan can definitely get back into it, knowing that they found potentially Japan's weakness on the right side of things, whereas now Japan knows that, so they maybe not going to pick into the race 5 or race 6, and I think probably gonna come down to maybe race 1 or race 2.
Yeah, definitely probably will, but I mean, starting off, we do see Shisei taking an early drop. We've seen this consistently for Taiwan, and I do think this map is a lot more prone to misses, especially as we get into the chorus. So I wouldn't be too afraid if Japan takes a few misses during that.
Yeah, and I mean, that one miss from Shisei isn't gonna impact their score too much. I mean, 5,000 points within the first quarter of a 3-minute map isn't not recoverable. So Japan, if we see a drop come up from them or some accuracy drops, it can go back to Taiwan here. I'm not really worried for Taiwan. I'm only going to be worried if Japan look as consistent as they have on the other maps, that is. So if they can't hold on to their combos for most of it, then that would look good. But Taiwan finding 2 misses, but traded by Suzerain, so not going to be too bad, but that is definitely going to be impactful.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing Taiwan consistently miss, so I feel like that one miss from Suzerain doesn't really mean all that much. It's a start, but with Shisei and Jackie constantly missing over and over again, this lead is just consistently going to increase for Japan. It is at this 25k mark where it's very, very difficult to come back from.
Yeah, Jackie is again with another miss, and there's only a third of the map left to go with 30,000 point lead in Japan's favor. I mean, Taiwan having 2 players really struggling on this map pick, and we were really questioning this LN3 as a pick choice from Taiwan, and I think rightfully so. As we come to the outro of the map, Japan double FC, 1-1 miss, 46,000 point lead. This is the most dominant pick we have seen so far, and it's on a breakpoint too. So Taiwan giving back that breakpoint that they just got. Now need to work even harder.
Yeah, Taiwan luckily has been able to take a point, so it's not as bad. But I mean, taking a breakpoint and then immediately losing that advantage that you had is very, very devastating. Especially by, once again, we are seeing a very dominant performance from Japan. 2 FCs on this map is kind of absurd, and as well as Suzerain only taking 1 miss. Japan almost at match point.
Yeah, again, I mean, the ratios are so close between these 2 teams, and the 200 count would be as well, if not for Jackie's drops there with the 200s, but overall, this would have been a very, very close point had Taiwan not found those nasty misses. I mean, that could have even been their win had they not found those misses. So, still very close for Taiwan, but they're really struggling for consistency here, and it's just a sign that they're going to need to pick other maps, right? LN is not going their way. All 3 LN maps that they have picked, they have lost. The only pick that they have won is on the Rice, and even still, the Rice was very close, but it's the most dominant that Taiwan have looked, and that's on the Rice map. So they need to, in my opinion, follow suit with how strong they're looking, right? Pick into their strengths rather than picking into what you believe is Japan's weakness, which doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, I do wonder if for Japan we do see a Rice 2 pick, but I wonder if they actually want to pick the Protect of Taiwan at this point, for maybe their next pick if they are able to get it. Instead, we're going to be seeing a more speedy jump stream map, which I think is pretty interesting for Japan since they seem to struggle a lot more on the more physical maps. So we'll see how it goes, especially since Taiwan's Rice team last time was very, very strong, and even on the Rice 3, it was very, very close.
Yeah, all came down to 1 player missing on both sides, but ultimately Taiwan did take their Rice breakpoint, so whether or not they can do it again on this Rice 2 is yet to be seen. But this map is 2 minutes, 23 seconds. I think this is the shortest one we've seen so far. So Taiwan, if they can just hold on for that length of time, I think they can definitely take their second breakpoint on this pick.
Yeah, it seems like Taiwan is missing one of their players. I wonder if they're missing a player in general as well. I'm not too sure who normally plays on LAN because it seems like Jackie seems a bit uncomfortable, especially on these LANs. Maybe they just haven't had enough time to warm up or something though.
Yeah, and with only LN4 left available, Taiwan, regardless of whether or not you win this point, you still have to pick next. And what do you pick, right? Because you played 3 LNs, none of them went your way. Do you pick LN4 do you try a hybrid? Japan got C2 on hybrid 1 last week. So it's going to be a bit sketchy there. So Taiwan, I really don't know what you pick. You could... I guess your most comfortable might be one of the rice maps, but I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, we do say Shisei finally come in for Taiwan, so the match will start. I think this is probably going to be based off the misses, as we haven't seen just throughout the entire match. Be sure to watch out for probably Shisei as well as the whole Japanese roster, since they did play really, really well on that Rice 3, but this being quite a step up in difficulty definitely makes it a bit more difficult.
I'm just gonna assume that Jinky's using a lane cover, because using that scroll speed without a lane cover would be diabolical.
I'm not sure if they do. I do know that it is very, very funny that they use that lane speed, in my opinion. It makes everything seem so much denser, especially as the map, or as the BPM speeds up more and more.
Oh, but Jinky actually the first one to find that miss, and now Taiwan have the early advantage coming out the first quarter of the map. This is looking pretty good for Taiwan here, right to say that though. Shisei does trade that back. Now whether or not the score advantage will be impacted too much is yet to be seen, but it looks like it will, and will most likely go back to Japan here. So it's just ratio accuracy alone.
I actually do think that the score lead is slightly in Taiwan's favor, since Shisei is quite a bit above Jinky, so that has been canceling out the lead that Shiro Kamu has over Jackie, but it seems like somebody on the Taiwan side, it seems like Shisei took a few 200s there, and that swings the lead over to Japan. It's very, very small though, so even a few 200s once again coming out from any of the Japanese players, or if another miss comes out, will bring it back.
And I don't think it's unlikely, and Jinky is the first one to miss, right, as I say that as well. So, lead given back to Taiwan. Now, this is a must-win point for Taiwan here. They need to win this break point to really get back into the game. The core of map left to go. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but Taiwan, they do need to find a miss if they want to give this score lead back. But 5,000 point lead is looking pretty strong. One nasty drop though can determine this pick. It's whether or not they miss in this outro.
Yeah, it's not only the miss though for Taiwan. Shisei does actually take it, but I still think they're actually all around are still higher just because their players are so good. But Shisei taking another one, and that's not what you want to see. We go to the last sliver of map, and it's looking like Japan just barely are able to clutch up their point.
That is so sad, actually. That is very upsetting. Taiwan just missing out on that point right at the very end. Just a few ugly misses, and that will cost them that break point. They could have had it, but ultimately not meant to be on the race too. But that is still a good sign for Taiwan. I think knowing how close all of these race maps have been, maybe now you pick into race. But no, they pick into hybrid 1, and I think this is an outrageous pick. Outrageous. Japan got C2 on this last week.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm not a fan of this pick at all. I mean, you still have the Rice open. Your team has been doing so well on Rice. I think this is better than picking any LN, or LN4, luckily. I think maybe Taiwan wants to try to play for misses, possibly. I just feel like going for Rice 7 is such a good pick, considering you did so well on Rice 5. But that is for Taiwan to prove us wrong. Japan on match point. It is time for them to clutch out right now.
I mean, with how close these Rice maps have been, right? Taiwan definitely capable of winning points against Japan. But if they want to get back into this game, if they want to win this match, they're going to need to win 4 in a row just to take us a tiebreaker, and 2 of those being break points. So it's whether or not they have the capacity to do so and the maps available to do so. There is only 3 race maps left, so it's whether or not Japan actually pick both of them if given the chance, and Taiwan pick the third. But it's yet to be seen, and this map is 1 minute 42 seconds, so this one is actually the shortest map of them all.
Yeah, and a good luck has gone through, so I assume everybody is ready at this point. We will be seeing whether Japan will be able to take this map, take a final break, their position into the semifinals, or not semifinals actually. They still need to win one more match after this if they do win. Because this is loser's bracket. So whoever loses is eliminated from the tournament.
Really hard. Incredibly well, playing high level host in Mania right now, but you're right, one of the teams do have to go, so Taiwan, tournament life on the line right here. Can they take us back from the hybrid one? Suzerain with the first miss of the match, and that's going to give a very big early lead to Taiwan. That is a very good sign already, but that one miss at the very start isn't going to cut it. Taiwan need to hold on for as long as they can. Suzerain and Veloz did find much. It's whether or not they can hold on to their advantage for as long as they can.
Yeah, I do think that trade is way better for Taiwan since Suzerain wasn't at that full 400 combo mark again. But Jackie missing, it is once again traded by Suzerain, but Chisei taking one as well, a full break from Taiwan, so Japan has this lead just for a while.
Oh my, okay, so Taiwan I believe 3 misses so far, so that is can come down to a few 200s. Nikuro fanboy a really nasty miss from Nikuro. They can hold on for the rest of the map. There is not much beating Japan on maybe their most favorite to go. Can they do it?
To climb, but looking at this with a miss is kind of absurd, but I do think Japan are running out of picks. If they for Japan to do a really bold pick and into their own hands.
I was thinking I was expecting. I wasn't really thinking a hybrid 2. Hybrid 5. Very good picks for Japan either. So I think Rice 1 or LN4 really the only two more winnable one for Taiwan here, considering how well they beat Japan's consistency like they
A bit of a boost, I'd say. To play pretty well on this. We really hope that Shisei doesn't once again break really early on though, since we haven't seen that a lot in these Rice. Big reason why they've been losing. These maps have been down to the wire constantly.
Both these teams very close, the ratio very close. It has been Taiwan, so if Taiwan this can be anyone's game.
On the back seat. Life.
The score. Seeing ratios are between these two teams. If so, it can be the first to miss for Japan.
Able to come back from very, very high. She saved that miss is
And yeah, as she's on to their combos with a lot. Hold on to the FC. In this game. Whether or not Taiwan can win. So maybe Japan are just losing.
yeah, it's always is scary whenever you feel back against the wall, 1-5, but it's not actually that far away from these teams. It's only 2 break points, and Taiwan has been able to secure that first one that they've needed. It's time for them to pick a very, very vital map. I am not too sure which one they should pick. Toki. Just because Rise 5 went so well for you, and we do see it. We do see Toki come out, a very, very technical on a chart where so many misses will most likely come out in a very short amount of time, and I think Japan has been struggling a lot with that. They seem to have a bit of a stamina issue.
Point. Japan have full choice in what cast. All maps being available, all different categories. Taiwan on the category that they've been picking throughout this entire match and losing on. So I think Japan, that's only assuming that Taiwan do take this point though. This would be one of the great at this point in time.
Yeah. Yet, but it's you can see it. You can see that light of the tiebreaker. But for future, that last pick that you have to win is a very, very difficult one, since I would say, especially for the Taiwan team. Yes, I did say that Japan can and most likely will be taking around how well you're going to be able to clean up your misses here.
Yeah, and as we've seen in the last 2 maps, Japan.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another week, another day here of the Oceania 4Q World Cup 2025. We're here with the quarterfinals matches and actually 3 matches happening simultaneously right now. So we're going to have a couple streams going at the same time. I am Potassium F commentating alongside Nightcore. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Potassium, and what a match we're going to be seeing again is going to be two of our Asia teams, Philippines versus Singapore. Now, this is a losers bracket match, so both teams will be playing with a bit of fire here, and I can't really wait to see how this turns out as well.
Yeah, interesting to see this one being in the losers bracket as well. Kind of not really, I guess, historically expected to see a team such as the Philippines in the losers bracket this early in the tournament, but this year, I mean, we've just seen the caliber of some of these teams. They've really been improving so much in the past couple years. Like, I mean, even just the last match that we saw, Chile managing to get the upset over South Korea.
That was a really high climaxing match, and it was absolutely amazing to watch as well. So hopefully with quarterfinals we will be seeing some matchups like this. Maybe Singapore takes a few points again against Philippines despite being the underdogs. But I think both teams have potential to make this a very interesting match as well. So I guess we could just see how both these teams, how they're feeling, how they'll jump in. Again, this is quarterfinals now, so we're starting to match the difficulty of the qualifiers as well.
Yeah, so definitely map pool getting harder. Some players might start struggling on some of these picks here. And I think, if anything, that is going to favor the Philippines overall. They have that really high skill ceiling in some of their players in particular. And Singapore, I mean, Singapore has some really strong, I guess, Rice players in particular. But I feel like maybe they are kind of starting to show a little bit of discomfort on some of the LN picks.
I honestly think this is going to turn out as Rice versus LN, as maybe you were saying that Philippines kind of struggle a bit on the LN, but again, when you're facing someone like Philippines with some very strong Lano players, Siloeska, Els, Planet Livid, some of them coming to mind as well, like, Philippines definitely have a lot more tools in the shed when it comes to, what players they can have when it comes to each pick. Singapore, I think, might struggle a small bit on that.
Yeah, looking at kind of the names that I see across the Singaporean team, a couple of their strongest players definitely more associated with Rice rather than the LNs, so I think definitely overall a pretty strong lean as far as that team is concerned. And we can see it already, protecting Rice 3 is going to be Singapore, and Philippines going to be protecting LN 1, so it looks to be a fairly clear-cut strategy for both these teams. We'll see what the bans end up being.
I think it'll just go, Philippines might just ban Rice, Singapore are going to ban LN, so I think with Singapore protecting Rice 3 going to be more the stamina, I think Philippines might try counteract that with maybe a Rice 2 ban.
Yeah, okay. Makes a lot of sense. I think Singapore has some very strong, like, just consistency, accuracy kind of players. Thinking about players like Ryunosk, Big Noob Lol, that can get extremely high scores on a Rice 2. And that's going to be taken out, so only, I guess, most of the Rice pool left over, a little bit less straightforward overall, a little bit more risky for Singapore to be picking into. But it is going to be Philippines getting the first pick to see which one of the presumably LN picks they decide to go for.
I think anything's really on board. If they do want to start off with coordination, I think that would probably be one of the better bets. But again, also hybrid is open up for Philippines as well, as they still have that advantage when it does come to LN capabilities as well. But I think LN would be the road they pick first.
Yeah, you don't want to give Singapore too comfortable of a map initially. And it looks like they are going to be going with LN4, so something that is one of those really tricky maps to do well in if you're not that comfortable with the LN ability, especially as far as the accuracy is concerned on a map like this.
Yeah, LN, kind of starting off with LN dumb, I would see why Philippines would want to pick this. Again, it sort of shares some similarities with Planet Shaper as well, kind of being more around the techie side, so really throwing in some more of those bursts, I would say, a bit more physical than Planet Shaper as well. And the way I would say this, I think it's kind of more of a flowy LN3.
Yeah, it definitely would be, so I guess slightly more comfortable, at least combo-wise, compared to the LN3 that we was banned out, I would say, by Singapore, but still one that I would expect a lot of struggles to come in, especially due to its very long length. I think this is it the longest map in the pool?
You would be correct in that. 3 minutes 40, longest excluding tiebreaker. I think length might favor Singapore a small bit as well, especially that they did show strength when it does come to some of the stamina. So I think if they can keep their consistency, I do know that a few players in Singapore are pretty consistent when it does keep in combo. P1 and Adam do come into mind. So again, holding on to combo is going to be the most important thing in a pick like this. But will they have the accuracy as well to keep up that fight against Philippines?
Yeah, it is one of the things as well when you have a really long map. Even if there is, one or two misses, you can very easily make that back with the accuracy if you have that advantage. So as long as Philippines stays consistent with their accuracy, they don't drop too much big ones, I would assume they have the AC advantage overall. That might help them out quite a lot here. It looks like Singapore are actually going to be rearranging some of their players here. Adam not going to be playing, Big Noob coming in instead.
I can see Big Noob coming in for Singapore. And for Philippines, we do have Planet Lively and Lively Peninsula, also known as Silvesca L. So I think that's going to be the lineup when it does come to the LN picks. Of course, I think Singapore can swap out some of their LN players, but I don't expect much swap outs for them.
Yeah, it is a super scary LN lineup for the Philippines. But as you said, it is about the consistency at the end of the day as well. So any big mistakes, it's up to Singapore to be able to keep close enough so that they can capitalize on them. We'll see how it goes. Philippines first pick here.
Gonna be playing their life on the line pretty much, but as we just wait for the client to sync up with the top two players, we'll have to see how they get into it. And of course, starting with the intro, of course. It
is gonna happen at least once every weekend, That's how it goes. 2v2 happening on the bottom of our screens here.
Yeah.
With some mildly unsynced audio.
Yeah, that's the joys of it. And already just coming off the intro, yeah, it does look like Philippines does have that accuracy advantage, but again, I don't think Singapore are too far behind. People are finding some of those 200s and Big News as well.
They can't afford to drop too much lower though, because Quad and Big Noob both kind of been dropping in accuracy steadily over time. Now kind of starting to go into that 99.3 range, but Big Noob does find a miss there. Drops down to 99.7, and both Plana and Leave It in that 99.7 range. And now we're going to be seeing what's happening at the top of those two players up there, whether or not it's going to make any difference. And it seems like not much, because Origami Best and Lively Peninsula with very similar accuracies with the FCs at the top as well.
And now heading into our main Kia, maybe some more accuracy changes. 2 99.3s on the side of Singapore. Origami trying their best to kind of, be that anchor to keep holding on. But after the first Kia, where we're seeing a lot more of those 3-column patterns. None of the Philippines players are really faltering when it does come to this Ki. Still matching those releases, and P1 finding that first drop, which, when you do have that accuracy deficit, finding a combo break is not going to be what you want, especially at the end of the Ki as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're behind in accuracy, that's bad enough, but if you're behind in combo as well, 2 misses coming in from 2 different Singapore players, that is going to be Philippines with a significant lead. Plana missing in a very weird section there during the break. Can't relax too much in these lesser intense sections, but very clean miss nonetheless, and it is just going to be a trade at the end of the day.
Philippines definitely still have that safety net, and I think one of those misses were kind of that one small barrier break, but again, you still have a lot more barriers, because just with that score difference being around 20,000 points, Philippines having that very comfortable lead, being in that front running, and Lively Peninsula gonna find that miss alongside Plan as well. This is Singapore's chance to catch up when we head into the final quarter, but it's gonna be more bursty, and the tech is gonna be taking a climax. I think if Philippines needs to catch their combo back up and not choke at the end, P1 finding that drop before the final drop along with Origami. Only Big Noob holding on to that full combo.
No, Big Noob did find the miss earlier in the map, actually, so there's no full combos on the side of Singapore. Only Leave It in the entire lobby with that full combo. And Singapore finding more misses now, falling behind further and further at the end. It did look slightly promising for Singapore coming out of that break section earlier, but in this second half, Philippines just locked in. They haven't been finding the misses as much. As I say that, Plana does find the last one, but not going to affect things too much.
unless you find a miss at the very end. But even then, it will not turn around. Looks like Philippines going to be very comfy with their first pick, snagging in that first point.
Liebert, the only one with the FC, getting that solid MVP performance here. But gotta say, I mean, some of the players here, Origami Best and Big Nooblol, definitely matching up to their counterparts on Philippines.
Yeah, it was just really Big Noob, kind of being that small anchor for Singapore when it came to accuracy. So I think if they can reduce the amount of accuracy deficits that they do have, they could definitely keep up the pace with the Philippines when it comes to long runs. But now with Singapore getting into their first pick, anything again still on the board. I think if Singapore keeps their consistency when it does come to Rice, they might be able to snag a few points against the Philippines. But hopefully their consistency needs to be showing today, and anything could probably be doable as a pick for them. I think maybe jumping into more the streamy area with their Protect, maybe something like Rice 1, or they can even jump into Rice 3 with their Protect.
Yeah, Rice 3 was the Protect. That would make a lot of sense if they want to go for it right away. Just to get on the board, get something rolling early might be important here. It seems like they wanted to pick Rice 2 right away, but Rice 5 going to be the first pick. That's an interesting first one to go for.
I guess I can somewhat see this being picked. Again, I think Singapore will definitely have to exhaust all the Rice picks, so you gotta play it sometime.
That's true. If Singapore do want to go the distance here, it is going to have to be on pretty much all the Rice picks overall. So this one being this is kind of a strange pick, not one that you would, not many maps that you would see exactly like this in other map pools either. Very kind of, I guess like trill, polyrhythm kind of focused technical pick.
Yeah, gonna be definitely a bit more on the tricky side to keep combo and accuracy. Definitely contains a lot of those techie aspects as well. Of course, you're gonna start off with the trills as you said, but actually, I think this actually turns more into broken jump stream, hand stream when we get to the back half. So maybe that was Singapore's plan, and we're gonna be seeing Pokesino and Renos as well on the side of Singapore for the Rice. Big Noob as well getting jumped in. Flubsy Valeria, and I would probably guess Silicosis for Philippines.
Are we going to see 5 players switch out between map 1 and map 2? That's what I'm asking.
I think it's doable.
Yeah, I think if we see Silicosis in, that is 5 players.
Well, hold on. Drumroll, please. I just can't see the thing.
Yeah, who's coming in? We don't know.
Oh my god, it's getting intense. It's like the final straight.
Yeah, only Big Nooblol, it seems like, for Singapore, staying in for both of the maps. And there we go, Silicosis coming in, so almost the entire lobby switching out between the 2 different maps being played here.
Gonna be very interesting to see, and really nice as well to see a lot more players being used in more maps.
Yeah, it definitely also allows, from the side of players like in the Philippines, allows the rest of the players to go and focus maybe on some of the maps that they might be picking next as well.
Yeah, that also is probably one of the pretty big factors as well. But now we can finally get into map number 2, going to be Singapore's first pick, and let's hope they do not falter a break point against Philippines.
And will we be able to start the map normally?
Oh.
Maybe not.
Okay, panic button was hit a lot faster, so here we are.
And out the gates here, we do see Reunosk having a little bit of a low accuracy compared to everyone else right out the gates, but is going to be able to build that up quite quickly.
So yeah, heading off in the Quarterjack intro, I think a lot more of the players are capitalizing off it just because how simple it is. But when we do start to get into more of the techie aspects of the map, of course, as you were saying, we're going to be seeing a lot more of those trills. Actually, advantage does go to Philippines, but only by a slight margin. Big Noob, holding on to that 99.9 just outside the end of the intro. But now as we go into the first quarter, going to be seeing a lot more of those anchors, and it can be a pretty nasty place to trip up if you're not too careful.
Yeah, big ACK drops as well potential here. We're seeing some people getting a lot of 300 chains in some of these trills, but not quite in the 200 region for any of these players so far, so they're maintaining their accuracy high enough. And in fact, Valyria just increased accuracy all throughout that section as well. 99.92 is incredible.
Holding on to that very strong start in the first half. But will that be in the second half? Going to be taking more of those stamina aspects when we do get into it. Few accuracy drops, and Vulpsy finding that drop on the side of the Philippines. Going to be swinging the score over to Singapore, but more of a clean drop as well. But look at Singapore's overall team accuracy as well. Valeria finding a drop. If Singapore could just keep on to their full combos, they'll be able to take this point, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like Rionosk is dropping in accuracy just a little bit as well as Pocachino, but not quite enough to be able to give Philippines any kind of advantage. The accuracy lead's still in Philippines' favor, but not by much. Definitely not enough to counteract those two misses earlier. As we're getting into the last quarter of the map now, Singapore just needs to hold on to their combos for the most part.
And here we are, again with the outro, being more
Oh,
bursty.
but Pocachino!
That is a fatal drop. Going to be swindling back over towards Philippines, but we still have the ending, the anchors, the jump stream, the broken hand stream. It's still all picking up. Philippines can still miss here as the anchors do reach more of that climax, but when the map ends, I don't think anyone is going to be finding a drop. Even a drop at this point would swing things back over. There wasn't enough time. Just that fatal miss from Poke at the end costed them that break point.
Yeah, the two misses for the side of Philippines, exactly what Singapore was hoping for, but that was just at the end of the map with Poke getting that single miss, enough for Philippines to take it back with their accuracy. I mean, check out Valyria's score. What is that?
Oh my god, that V1 double S choke is absolutely heartbreaking.
I mean, matching the FC scores on the side of Singapore, even with the miss, so that you can see how much the AC is able to carry a team score like that on the side of Philippines. But very early breakpoint here, albeit a close one. So Philippines getting the opportunity to really run away with this match early. And they're going to be picking Hybrid 1 next. Okay, going away from the LN pool now.
Alright, Hybrid 1. I can see Hybrid 1. Stream Hybrid. Oh, wait, never mind. I don't think it was picked. I think it was just client being client.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
LN2 is pretty reasonable, I think.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. I mean, Philippines clearly showing that they want to be picking out the entire LN pool. LN1, of course, being their protect, so that will be picked at some point or later. But this one, out of all of them, maybe a little bit more favored towards, you know, quote-unquote Rice players being a little bit more comfortable with this style of LN.
Yeah, definitely requires, out of the other LN picks, definitely requires the least amount of released fundamentals. We're going to be seeing P1 Origami coming back in for the side of Singapore, and I think we're going to be getting our regular free of the Philippine side, Lively Peninsula, Plana, and I do believe Life as well.
Yeah. So they should be switching in here as well. This one, 210 BPM, very dense map at that, but also very kind of jump streamy in a way.
Yeah, again, it's just, it doesn't really throw anything out that's too abrasive. It's kind of more, can you handle the density and can you handle the other stuff as well in the map.
Yeah, definitely just kind of like a comfort check all around. If you are able to keep up with the speed and the density, then this is fairly comfortable to combo through. But of course, you know, if you're not comfortable with it, then this is a very, very bad time. We'll see what the case is for Singapore in particular. But I think these type of LN maps definitely tend to be the least troublesome for Rice players to be able to play. So looking at players like Big Nooblol maybe could get a good score off this as well.
I think Singapore can definitely capitalize off this pick. Like, as I said earlier as well, Singapore definitely known for a bit more of that consistency side as well. So I think, as you were saying, capitalizing off Big Noob, P-Rod, and Origami, I think they might be able to take the break point. But again, there are a lot of other stuff on the map that could throw you off if you're not careful. First, you have the free no patterns, a bit more angry near the end with some walls, and of course you do have some LN frills scattered in the map as well, which gonna be a thrill to watch the others.
I'm just kind of like lost in thought right now. I'm trying to think of a single time that I've seen, like in the past few years, where I've seen Volpsy play an LN map. Because because he just did sub in, and I'm trying to remember, Volpsy has always been a kind of like Rice / Cord Jack kind of player for the Philippines, and I actually don't know how good he is at LN, but I guess we'll find out.
I think it was mostly because Livette was going to go restart the client, so maybe it's not enough time to get that back. So I guess with the map kicking off, we'll have to see how Volpsy does. And coming off the intro, although pretty simple, it looks like they can hold on to this map well.
Oh yeah, this is some good accuracy on the side of Philippines. Singapore as well, all with 99.7s right now, although Big Noob Lord does drop an acca just a little bit. Philippines... Oh, Volpsy actually finds the miss. I missed that one. It's going to be Singapore taking the lead then.
That is kind of ironic how he said. Oh, Volpsy is definitely going to capitalize on this pick, I think, coming off the intro. But after our first main Ki, going to be seeing a bit more of those 3-0 patterns in. Although Singapore does have that combo lead, it's just the accuracy isn't really holding up, especially that Volpsy is starting to climb a bit back up a small bit. I think if Planet, Lively Peninsula, and Volpsy finding that drop again, as I was going to say, it's Lively Peninsula and Planet, if they can still hold on to the accuracy, they can still hold on very well.
Maybe we should just stop saying Volpsy's name, it seems like, but still, the accuracy, as you said, is playing a massive role here, because 2 misses is still not enough for Singapore to take the lead. With their 3 full combos, Quad really struggling a lot, 99.3 in the accuracy even with the full combo.
Yeah, it's just still too close to comfort. Like, no, it's just still, all bets are off. And when we head into the final drop, going to be a bit more on the denser side, kind of following this first Ki. Big Noob finding that miss as well. Pretty detrimental, especially heading into the final Ki. If Philippines could just keep on to their consistency, no accuracy drops actually have been found. Plan, I think, dropping a few 200s though earlier. As we do get into the ending, we'll be seeing more of those trills, more of those anchors, the density taking that more spike up a bit. P-Wad finding that drop again. I think that'll just be the binding. I think Philippines will be able to take this point and run.
Yeah, Singapore was holding in with their combos purely, despite Philippines with the accuracy advantage. And once those combos started falling, Singapore just had nothing to stand on in the map. It is Philippines ending up with a comfortable lead towards the end, despite how close it was in the middle there. And we can see 2 full combos versus 1, and Volpsy actually getting a really good ratio and accuracy overall, just the misses coming in at inopportune moments.
I would probably just guess that Volpsy was thrown in kind of more of a last minute option, especially as Livette did have to restart the client. So probably just not as used to it, might not have the right aptitude yet when it does come to LN. Voter accuracy is still really strong. But my question raised with Singapore is, see, after the Yellen picks are exhausted, like, I just have a concern about the 200 count of some of the players on Singapore as well, being quite high from that previous pick. Although being able to keep on to that combo, even though Philippines can afford to take a few misses if the accuracy does still remain to be like that on the side of Singapore.
And I'm just kind of thinking for Singapore, like along those same lines, is that Singapore has been getting, whenever they've been getting these kind of small advantages, like keeping it close, it's been off of the combo ability. And if I think about any map in this pool where combo matters more than anything else, I'm thinking specifically about Rice 7. So I feel like that might be a good pick for them, honestly.
I can totally see Singapore resorting to Rice 7. But now getting into their Protect, going to be seeing our Ravelite map, which going to be our more stamina focused pick, Jump Stream, going to be around 240, and 240 BPM, 3 minutes long, second longest map I do believe, outside of LN4 if I'm correct. And now we're going to be seeing some roster lineups for both teams. Going to be seeing, I guess, our typical Rice lineup for Singapore and Philippines. Going to be maybe seeing Silicosis jump back in for the side of Philippines.
That would make a lot of sense as well. Singapore going to hope to come out with some FCs in this one because they're going to really need to capitalize on any mistake that Philippines make. And I mean, Philippines have been making mistakes. They haven't had fully clean runs for their entire team so far. They've been making misses here and there. It's just that they have been traded by Singapore in the crucial moments. So if Singapore manages to pull off a couple of FCs here, that might be enough to overcome that act disadvantage that they've had.
I think Singapore can comfortably take this pick if, you know, as you were saying, if their consistency is up there. Like, Philippines, although still having great consistency, is also a bit more prone to finding misses, even when it did come to some of the LNs. So, really, it's just going to be if Singapore can hold on to their accuracy, and if they're going to be able to trade out some of the misses. Like, we know that Philippines does have the better raw accuracy compared to Singapore, but it's really just going to be combo on the side of Singapore.
And we'll see this one, very sustained map. This one is going to be testing the stamina a little bit as well towards the end of the map. We'll see if any of the players start to lose that edge when it comes to the sharpshooting ratio ability. But for now, everyone very comfortable in the intro at least.
Good start by everyone. Gonna be more on. It's gonna be more on the seat of edge. Gonna all be kind of on the same pace, but things will change when we do get into the Ki. Of course, near the start, it's really just more so like jump stream with some of those one-handed drills. But I think all these players are capable of holding on. It's just really who's gonna be getting the nerves first and finding some of those misjudgments.
Absolutely. So far, every single player still at 99.9. Pocachino does drop to 99.89. You can't really call that much of an act drop, though. So overall, accuracies, scores tied between the two teams overall.
And as we jump into the Ki, gonna be seeing a bit more drills in the aspect here. Gonna be mostly finger control for around this section. Seeing some anchors as well, some hand stream. And the score is just going to be tug of war between Philippines and Singapore. Going to be finding whoever finds that slip up first. And I think it does go to Pocachino, finding some of those nasty misjudgments as well. Going to be giving that slight lead over to Philippines, but it is still recoverable on the side of Singapore.
It is still recoverable, but when everyone's AC is so high, that is a very significant AC drop. Pocachino will be able to reach 99.8 pretty quickly, it seems, so should start catching up to the accuracy of Volpsy and the like, but Singapore are going to have to hope that Philippines finds a similar misjudgment at some point, bit of an AC drop.
And here we are at the guitar section. Going to be more of that difficulty spike, jumping up a small bit, more of those rolls taking into aspect, but everyone is just holding on very well. I don't think there's been a single 200 dropped in this section.
Yeah, these accuracies are very consistent throughout the map so far. Silicosis does drop down below 99.9, but still very high, keeping up with Ryunosk as well on the side of Singapore. Pocachino is taking a little bit more time now to hit that 99.8 accuracy. So this lead is just going to stay put, 2,000 points in the favor of Philippines.
Heading into the final drop. Again,
oh, and Silicosis finds a miss!
That is going to be detrimental. Going to be going back over towards Singapore. They also need to hold on to their consistency. Will anything falter over? I don't think there's going to be enough time for Silicosis to get back onto that max combo count.
Oh my
Valeria!
God. Philippines, just at the end of this map, finding crucial misses here. Singapore still on the full combos. They're going to be able to take this map if they hold on.
And here we are. All we have is the outro left. I think Singapore can afford a drop, but not likely at this point. Just especially, look at that team score. That consistency. Big noob. 99.93 on the side of Singapore, taking that MVP. 997.7, getting that V1 double S as well, alongside Ryunosk and Vulpsy.
Yeah, 2 double S's on the side of Singapore, though. And Pocacino with a little bit of a slip up in judgments at the middle. That was not a miss. And that was crucial there. Philippines with 2 of them towards the end half of that map. And Singapore with the team consistency managing to take their own point. And that is exactly why they protected this.
It's a really strong performance from Singapore. And I think if they can hold on with more Rice picks, they'll be able to take a few more points from the Philippines as well.
Absolutely, they are looking super comfortable on some of these Rice. But now, Philippines, they still have 1 LN pick left to go to. So I would think with how Philippines have been performing on the LN, this should be another one that's relatively comfortable for them.
And yeah, it is going to be LN1.
Crucially though for Singapore, even if Singapore does lose this one, Philippines are out of LN picks now. And I think Singapore might be able to keep up with some of the hybrids.
I agree as well with that. So, gonna be interesting to see how after this map does perform. Again, Singapore can still take the point off Philippines in a pick like this with their consistency. But again, accuracy is a small bit questionable when you compare to the Philippines.
And these kind of maps in the LN1 slot, the releases coming in with these very tricky release timings throughout the entire map, these are the kind of maps that you can see some absolutely gigantic accuracy differences between teams. And I think that might potentially be the case here if Philippines is locked in for this.
I think it'll definitely be doable for Singapore to maybe take this point, but I think this does favor Philippines, especially as you were saying with the coordination aspect. Seeing how Singapore were kind of not really too comfortable with PA on LN2, which was a bit less LN release focused. I think this one might be another one that Singapore might fall a bit behind on.
Okay, we'll see how this one goes. Now the full LN rosters for both teams playing out here. So Libet coming back in after being missing last time.
Yeah, so again, we're going to be the same size, going to be seeing all the 6 players who were playing the LN picks before. I mean, of course, excluding Volpsy from LN2, but Liva is back. They have reconnected to the clients, so gonna be seeing how these players perform. Again, this is 3 minutes and 12 seconds long, so consistency is key alongside that as well.
Yeah, fair few of these kind of longer maps in this pool now, so definitely favoring the teams which are a little bit more consistent overall.
Alright, coming out the intro, P-Wad finding that small bit of a struggle down to that 99.5 range. But still, looking at the other players in Singapore, 99.7 from Origami and 99.8, and P-Wad finding that miss as well, which not going to be helping out in their favor. I was going to say it was pretty equalized before that drop from P-Wad. But again, this map is 3 minutes long, so there's a lot of places to catch up, and maybe some places that Philippines could falter under as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big Noomlaw and Origami Best definitely keeping up in the act department as well with the Philippines players. But P-Wad definitely needs to increase that accuracy if Singapore wants to close this gap, because 99.3 is definitely a far cry from some of these accuracies on the side of the Philippines. Still holding their 3-way FC, and P-Wad finds another miss there.
P-Wad just not really too comfortable keeping combo on the map, especially not really being a good place to drop when you start jumping into the Ki. Again, showing a lot more of these simple snapping patterns, but when it comes to coordination as well, you do have to have some of that aspect of, well, how well can your releases be? And Philippines definitely having that safety net coming out in the first half of the map with that 16,000 point lead.
Yeah, extremely solid team score from the Philippines. All 3 players hovering around the same accuracy in the 99.7s. And with the triple FC as well, it is on the Philippines. Singapore wants the Philippines to mess up somewhere, but that's 2 misses in a row for the Singapore team. They're going to be digging themselves in more and more of a hole over time, it looks like.
Gonna be a bit more trouble on the side of Singapore, as especially Origami has the only full combo. And heading into our Final Ki, P1 just not really able to keep up with the combo. Just continuing to gradually decrease the accuracy as well, going down to that 99.1 range. But we still have the final quarter left, but the coordination is still that big aspect. Of course, this map is just really about that consistency, which Philippines have been perfecting. Just these overall team scores on the side of them were very impressive.
Yeah, we can see how as the map pool gets harder and harder, teams like the Philippines with these players in the LN positions in particular, it looks like they're just finding more and more comfort with the more difficult LN maps. As we see more misses coming out of Singapore, Big Noob finding one. Origami Best now drops the full combo on the side of Singapore, and that is a lot of misses on Singapore compared to 0 on the side of the Philippines.
Philippines coming out the outro if no one does find a drop. As I said, that Big Noob does. But as I was going to say, really impressive team score. And Live-It, is that a V1? That is a V1 double S from Live-It.
Oh, that is
That
not a score that you would expect to see on a map like this.
That consistency and team performance from Philippines is absolutely phenomenal.
This is a really scary team score to be seeing here. I mean, even with the score V1 double S, it's not even the highest score in the lobby, since Plana has kind of a ridiculous ratio on this as well.
Yeah, gonna have that 480, 300 count as well. But the thing is now, Philippines might have to look into more of the hybrid picks, which I think Singapore will be able to keep up the pace with Philippines a small bit more when it does come to some of those picks. But with Singapore getting into their picks as well, again, they still have a few Rice to go off from. And as you were saying earlier, it's going to be Rice 7.
And this one really leaning into more of that miss potential in the map. This one is the most technical map that we have on the pool. Very, very tricky patterns to be able to combo, let alone get good accuracy on. And what's more, kind of benefiting Singapore, I think, a little bit, is that it's only 1.5 minutes, by far the shortest map in the entire pool. So any misses that Philippines might be picking up, because they have been picking up a couple of misses here, is going to matter so much on a map like this.
Yeah, they have to definitely keep... Like, if they're picking this, like, this early on for Rice, then you probably know that they're all pretty comfortable getting those full combos. And are we going to be getting PWAD for Singapore when it does come to the Rice?
We'll see. P1 hasn't been playing Rice, I don't think, in the entire tournament so far. Usually it would have been Ryunosk in this position as well, because Ryunosk obviously a very experienced Rice player.
I would probably guess Ryunosk takes PWAD's spot for Singapore's Rice in this. But looking on the side now, I think maybe Singapore might be considering going for timeout. As if I'm just looking at this chat right now. And yeah, on the side of Philippines, going to be full Silicosis and PWAD, if I do guess.
No, it looks like Ryunosk is coming in, and Valeria switching in for Philippines. So Philippines make that full team switch once again, as they have been pretty consistently.
Yeah, so I think both teams have locked in their roster, and now they're all getting ready to ready up. So we're not going to be seeing a timeout yet. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. Like, you can already hear from the song that this map is just going to be your actual pure tech. And of course, you have all those polyrhythms as well. You have those anchors, broken jump stream, trills, everything. Like, at this point, you could probably sacrifice some of that accuracy just to keep onto the combo, because if one player on each side misses, it's going to be extremely difficult to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the combo is definitely paramount in a pick like this. Can't be affording to sacrifice too much accuracy, but that combo I do think is a little bit more important over here. So we'll see if there's any mess ups for either team. But so far, everyone with fairly high accuracies in the intro. It's only going to get harder from here. Rionosk does find the first miss for the side of Singapore.
And you can already just see from that score difference as well. Philippines have that actually on combo advantage, and we're already halfway through the map. It's going to be pretty much a blink, and half the map is gone already. Some more of those anchors being introduced, some more of those broken jump streams as well. Just looking at all the snappings as well, some 1-6, 1-8. And this map is still reaching its climax. You're going to be seeing a lot more of those free no anchors on those two columns. Everyone's still holding on very well. 999.8 on the side of Philippines.
Philippines has a ridiculous team score right now if they manage to hold on to it. Silicosis does find a 200, but that's not going to matter too much with this point lead. The combo is all that matters right now for Singapore. As long as they manage to keep the combo through this section, they're going to be able to take a break point as the lead now grows to 28,000 points. And it looks like they have done enough to secure it. The accuracy in their favor as well as that 3-way full combo. And Singapore with 1-200 each is going to take a crazy team score on this map.
This is a very impressive team score by everyone. Valeria almost as well, getting that double-digit 300 count. On the side of Singapore as well, even without the combo break from Rionosk, it still won't have been enough. So, on Philippines, they do have that advantage now getting their next pick, which it has to be hybrid, if I had to guess.
Yeah, they definitely want to be going to the hybrid, not going to go into the rice with Philippines. Which hybrid would they want to pick is the real question. I think probably not hybrid 1. Hybrid 3 is the kind of going all in strategy here, the wackiest, the weirdest of the bunch.
Well, we started with LN Tech. How about we end with LN Tech?
Yeah, this one has some really, really aggressive, weird patterns. I don't know how to describe it. It's just actually kind of crazy to watch. And I'm going to be really interested in seeing what kind of scores the players can get on this, because I can't imagine it being very high across the board.
It's going to be very impressive to see. So I think we're going to be getting our same 6 lineup. Or are we going to be seeing Adam play this pick? Going to be making their make debut for Singapore in this round. And just by looking at the chat saying he's cooked, isn't he? I think he's going to be playing for Singapore for this pick.
Yeah, seeing some new teams coming out now that we are into a different category. So Adam and Valeria actually joining for a hybrid instead of the full LN roster. Or not. Maybe Adam has been kicked.
Oh.
Yeah, it appears so.
He's been dragged back. So Origami is going to be dragging him back and going to be stealing their pick. And this map is just... I do believe this is a 4-way collab, if I do remember correctly.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 mappers definitely for this one. And yeah, like extremely like burst heavy, a lot of very awkward patterning as well, so chances for you to absolutely destroy your own score at any moment's notice.
Oh yeah, it can definitely just like looking at this map, it is 156 BPM, but that means, of course, with BPM that low, there's going to be a lot more of those abrasive snappings. Like, you have the scatters, the rolls, the flams, jumping into trills, broken jump stream. It is literally going to be, I would say, more of a boss pick hybrid, if I would describe that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely when you get like the lower BPMs are always the ones that end up being the wackiest, right? The least straightforward picks, because it makes up for that low BPM with some very unconventional snapping and difficult patterning instead of just the straight speed. So we'll see how this one goes and whether or not Philippines can back up their pick, because this is definitely the least straightforward out of the 3 hybrids that they could have picked.
I can totally see as well why Philippines would pick this. like, this does have the coordination aspect as well in this map, where really it's, I think, the back half where it does kind of have that more focus when it does get to some of that coordination, and we know that Philippines can capitalize off it a bit more. Valeria getting a 200 off that intro, but I don't think it'll matter that much.
Oh yeah, we're not going to be counting 200s here, but misses. Quad does find the first one early on in one of the early bursts. A lot of act drop alongside with that, but still early on. 3 minutes left to be able to catch up in that act department.
Yeah, Valeria leveling
Oh,
into that and live
Okay,
it!
just let's go with an LN.
Just casual 50.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a keyboard drop as well. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Thankfully, it was a bit more clean. Oh no, it was client.
Oh no, it was client. Okay.
Okay, here we are. Everyone back up to the max combo. Gonna be seeing the first drop. Of course, you're just look at all those scattered LN releases. Some of those rolls as well. You have to throw in as well. Lively Peninsula finding that small accuracy drop, but is not going to be much compared to PWA just struggling to keep up to that combo. And actually dropping underneath that 99 range as well. Livet finding a drop, but Philippines still have that safety cushion with just PWA. Just having that anchor a small bit down with that accuracy. Lively Peninsula,
everyone. Oh my god, 3 players at the same time, Origami Best, Big Noob, and Lively Peninsula, and we can see none of these misses are clean. These misses are coming, just absolutely brutalizing the accuracy on all of these players, and it looks like Philippines overall coming out on top here, because they still have more of their players with that strong accuracy, still the only full combo on the lobby as well, being Valeria.
And here we are. A bit more of that mini jump stream section before we jump into the final drop. Gonna be a bit more of that coordination, tech burst heavy, P-Watt and Big Noob finding that drop at the same time right before the final drop. I just don't think that is just gonna be Singapore digging himself into more of a hole. Valeria is still the only one in that full combo, showing that very impressive performance at 99.7 at this range. Lively Peninsula, Livet finding a drop, but with that score lead.
Yeah, not enough to put much of a dent in the score lead. Actually, both of those misses for Philippines were quite clean. So the accuracy still being held up, still in the advantage as well. And it's going to be 29,000 points. It's looking like it might be a bit too late in the map for Singapore to mount a comeback.
They're just trying their best. Big Noob finding that final combo break. Not really going to be doing much, especially when the score difference is that much. And Philippines have done it. They've won their first conditional of the weekend, striking down Singapore.
And that is going to spell the end of Singapore's MWC journey here in 2025. They will be eliminated from the tournament here in quarterfinals round 1, as Philippines manages to win 6-1 and continues forward, not going to make it to semifinals just yet, I should say, because as you said, Philippines still have to win one more match this weekend to move on to next week.
That was an absolutely well done performance by all 6 players on both teams. Just all those scores they've been putting up at the quarterfinals, especially near the end where, we began getting a lot more of those techie picks. Everyone was just able to hold on very well and put up a very impressive performance. But at the end of the day, we will only have to be seeing one of these teams move forward, as Philippines will be making their way in. Going to be saying goodbye to Singapore and having their end of their MWC 2025 journey, but not without a really good fight.
And just in case anyone was interested here, Philippines will be versing the winner of Italy versus Poland, which is going to be happening later tonight, actually, in about an hour's time. So make sure you stay tuned for those ones. But for now, we do still actually have a match that is ongoing right now on the A stream. So we will be moving towards that one. So everyone, let's head over towards that stream now to catch the end of the match. We will be signing off here, and we'll see you next time.
See ya. Bye, banners.